Well, this is a rare early Andrew sighting.
Oh, because I didn't actually go into the office today.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess when we're talking about your movie, you're right on time.
Oh, I see.
Well,
Andrew.
that was last week too, and I was still late.
Damn it. You son of a bitch.
Looks like Jerry's already dressed
Yeah,
for the
I
occasion.
I did everything I could. Oh, I didn't even think to do like dress ups for it. That's such a
Wait,
good
no,
idea.
your whip is covering me.
I probably should be back of the Steven, so I would.
Well, don't worry, it's gonna change once we actually.
It'll be fine once we go to the.
Once we get into actual
movie.
position.
Oh yeah, right. That's right. That's right.
I actually love the idea of like cosplaying for our movies. That's a good idea.
How is Oblivion remastered? Is it worth playing
Oh,
the game?
I've been hearing great things.
I mean, if you're a big fan of Oblivion, you just like want the nostalgia to play it.
I'm kind of big fan,
Could
but I don't
you-
want to play like a same game.
Could you literally just go and play the original version? Also, yes.
Aha.
Is there
like
is there
just
like a major
crappy
reason to
remastered,
play
or-
one over the other? Like remasters better for this or originals better for
It's
this? Or they're
just
both basically the
visuals.
same?
Like
Okay.
if you just want to look pretty, all of the voice acting and all the game mechanics are the same. They just added like a couple like small things, like you can sprint in the game now.
Gotcha.
And they kind of changed.
That's kind of a big
The
thing.
leveling system's like the same, but like some of like the at least in the original Oblivion, it sort of like incentivized you to not choose skills that you actually want to use at the beginning of the game, like when you're first like make your loadout, so it's easier to level up when you're actually using those skills.
Right.
They like balance that sort of thing out.
Okay. You still hop everywhere though to get your.
Obviously, get my acrobatics up. Obviously.
Is it like a graphically remastered? Is it like the same level as Skyrim, or just they tweaked a little?
Well, it's definitely different because it's not even in in their like
creation engine
anymore. It's in Unreal 5.
Oh, so it's AAA now.
Oh, so it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
The people's faces are like wrinkly as fuck. I don't know if it's just like my medium settings on the game or something, but there's some crusty ass looking people, and I don't remember orcs in the game having facial hair.
Oh, I don't think they
shit.
did.
But there was one guy that I met with a big fucking mustache, orc, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't know what's going on here.
It's a mature
That was funny. Yeah. Trying to think of if there's anything else that's like different about it. There's really not much. It's literally just playing Oblivion.
I mean, it's been quite a while since I last
better-
played Oblivion.
Oblivion first came out in
or-
2005, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah.
it's been a very long time ago, so it might be worth playing again.
So
I enjoyed it like significantly.
I bought it because I'm a sucker, but I still think it's fun. But would I recommend people buy it? No.
Okay.
I don't regret my purchase, but I also don't recommend it.
Got it.
You're not gonna be selling.
You're not regretting
No.
it, but
No.
you don't want
I
to.
am-
What I would say is, if you really want to play Oblivion that badly, and you don't need to spend $50 on it, you could literally just go spend like $10 on it and get the same basic experience.
I am kind of
Like,
glad.
mod original Oblivion a little bit to even like not reach this, but at least improve some things.
I'm kind of glad they didn't just like smear it with like a modern game design brush and took away all of like the personality and charm from the original Oblivion. So that's nice, but it sounds like it doesn't necessarily justify its existence.
No, I mean, it really doesn't. Load times are great. I'll say
That's
that.
good. That's good.
That's
That's
good.
something.
That's a big thing. That's a big thing, actually. Yeah.
I wonder how the Sky Oblivion folks are feeling.
They were all given free keys to the game, and were told that they can continue working on their project. But it is still kind of a massive wind out of your sails kind of moment. I would imagine.
Fair. Sky Oblivion is actually just like all the Skyrim mechanics, but in the Oblivion world and quests.
So that's a little bit different.
So
then. Yeah.
it's different. This is literally like 1-for-1 Oblivion, but with better
gotcha.
visuals.
Gotcha.
and I think they added a couple voice acting things for different people, but the majority of them are the one dude voicing everybody sort of thing.
Having conversation with himself in Cyrodiil.
Yeah.
Pomo immediately tried to correct my stream title by just saying Indiana. No.
No.
It's Indrana Jones.
It's Indrana. It's
Indrana Jones. Please, Pomo, please.
Parsec?
Oh, yeah.
Parsec?
Yeah. I forgot whether or not we did Parsec for movie reviews.
We do.
Yeah.
It gives me something to look at while we're
fair
talking about things. I can see people's heads bobbing up and down. I don't want to watch stream.
Every time I open up Parsec, I'm reminded of the fact that Jerry's desktop is named Jerry Maguire.
Oh my goodness. All the different Jerryations of your name.
Exactly.
Hang on.
It's a multiverse Jerry.
Multiverse Jerry.
Oh my god! you chose that out of
so
all
good.
things.
That's so good.
You chose that.
That's blended far too well.
Oh my god.
It was that or Belloc with the turban.
Can you please share with the chat? Wait, what?
Share what?
I don't.
Well, you want to share Parsec with chat?
No.
That
You have enough to look at.
Yeah. I'm happy seeing that memento up there already.
Oh,
my
yeah,
God.
I've been watching that. The fucking momentum. Oh, it's
Maybe
gonna
Miss
be
come here, but I
incredible.
thought someone made an image. Just no.
An image of what?
So I recently somebody pointed out something online that I thought was a very interesting observation.
Okay.
So how many of you knew that yesterday, or I think it was like 2 nights ago, was like when pre-orders opened for the Switch 2?
I was aware.
I did not know that.
But I
was not aware.
I didn't
like,
either
not
until
buying
people
it
started like
day one.
talking about it in chat for a stream that I was watching. It was be like, oh well, I mean, I guess I'm not doing that. I don't want to deal with scalpers or anything. But
I was
Yeah,
gonna buy
right.
it immediately anyways.
yeah, it's not high on my to-do list. However, there was something very funny that was pointed out to me. So, Switch, as we all know, is currently retailing for $449.99.
Yes. Big
So
price.
that means you
Big
could
price.
either buy that,
Uh-huh.
or you could put your money to better use.
Oh my goodness. It's the same price.
It's the fucking same price. Not even a penny difference. God damn.
Wow.
They know their market far too well.
That's so funny.
Oh,
And
shit.
neither of them is available.
Damn it. Fucking
Damn it all to
scalpers.
Damn, scalpers ruining everything.
Although I'm pretty sure you'll buy you'll find some people who are more than willing to pay markups for a Switch 2. All
They
right,
are.
Steven.
Oh.
I think everyone is about on the same. I think everyone's about on the same page when it comes to maybe avoiding buying one of these secondhand.
Oh.
Why is
But-
it
but,
so
okay,
wet and it'll
how
never dry?
How many people do you think they are using this as a sex toy?
All of them.
It would be
Every-
quicker to say how many people
They're
are
unavailable, Jerry. They're gone.
Yeah.
unavailable.
There is
Yeah.
not a virgin
Well,
Gardevoir left on this
It's a
planet.
fucking. It's an
Majority.
upsetting amount.
We've
Let's
seen
just
how
say a
many-
majority.
How many Route 34 of Gardevoir was there? We've seen it.
Yes,
Jerry,
sir.
I would-
True.
More than
it was a
Misty.
very popular one.
Jerry,
so-
I would even argue that if you bought this with totally wholesome intentions,
You're the weird one.
given enough
You're the
time
outlier.
alone in your
That's
apartment,
Oh,
You
oh
would think
my
about it.
God.
You'd start heating
This-
up some cup ramen.
you know, you get the roll of paper towel.
Warming warming up.
What the fuck does that mean, Jared? I don't know, Pomo.
Oh, why
What,
don't you ask
what
Jared?
does that mean, Jerry? He's the one who
Explain.
he's the one who enlightened us with this.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
It
what's-
was in the movie. It was in the movie. Like there was some kind of like you know, just teen like adult movie. It's like the one guy uses the ramen as like a sex toy, like warm it up
Yeah.
and like flush out the water.
Yep.
Then there is a warm noodle inside it, and you know you. It was in the movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you- is it-
I
do you-
describe it was
A movie.
the-
Do
there was in the movie.
do you add the spice after you warm it up, or is that you leave that out?
No, you're adding the
Oh,
spice, Jared.
no.
The spice
Yeah,
is
like
You
one
very
do
might
the-
not
very
want to add some
gross.
spice.
When do the flavor
Might not
packs
wanna
go
add-
in?
Yeah.
You are the flavor pack.
Oh.
The ramen noodle, there's a winkle, so.
That's such a like a American Pie problem where like you left afterwards, you leave it out on the counter, and
Mhm.
your college roommate comes in and eats that cup of noodles.
Oh no!
It's bound to happen sometime.
It's going to
It's got
happen.
to.
Leave your
It's got to.
used cup ramen out,
Don't.
or just don't eat leftover
Don't.
cup ramen, just
Don't.
in case.
Or don't interact with your cup ramen in a way that you could describe it as used.
yeah.
No,
I
that's
use the cup ramen. What? What?
I used it.
No, there's definitely the wonder of the English language. There's definitely a difference between using something and something being used.
Oh, very,
Oh,
very
You use
true.
a Nintendo Switch. The Gardevoir plushie gets used.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a difference.
A little bit bad for Gardevoir in this instance, but
I feel
Okay,
bad for people, like, there are some people online who are just like, man, I have the worst fucking luck with picking my favorite Pokemon. The internet always
Yeah.
ruins them. It's like, oh, what's your favorite Pokemon? It was Vaporeon. It's like, oh, shit. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, and then the internet made it weird, so it's like, you know what? I like, Gardevoir is my second favorite. I just like Gardevoir now.
What?
I mean, I say to these people, don't be so sexy then.
yeah, stop it.
Hey, why'd they have to make
Stop
the
being
Pokemon so sexy?
You make
Yeah.
them so damn sexy all the time.
There's
Stop
no
making the damn
laws against the
Pokemon so
Pokemon.
I say there is some intention from the developer.
Eevee is
Canonically,
definitely a new
Typhlosion
development.
can have sex with humans, so
Technically,
I'm sorry, what do
Typhlosion
you
is a
mean?
father.
What do you
Yeah.
mean? What do you mean?
There were
that's
some
real.
leaks at somebody hacked into like the Pokemon company, like Game Freak, and leaked a bunch of like concept documents and like stuff that was never meant to be leaked to the public. There was an old Pokedex entry for Typhlosion, and apparently it was based off of like an old
I don't
Japanese
trust this.
folktale. It was based off an
I
old
don't trust
Japanese
this.
folktale where Typhlosion was said to have like, I think, kidnapped a girl or something, but they
What?
eventually had a child together.
Ow! I
Yes.
don't believe it.
perfectly
This,
normal.
Oh, it was a
sounds
story. It was
weird
a
about
story?
that. I don't-
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
sounds like Reddit. Like
No.
like
These leaks were
short
legit. There were
novel
like
stuff.
pages and pages and pages of documents. It wasn't just this tiny little snippet. People
Okay.
poured
okay.
through. There's like old Pokemon concepts, like pre-art concept art, all of this stuff, like lore entries and stuff like that. And that was happened to be like hiding amongst. And that's the one that everyone like zeroed in on and was like, what the fuck is this? And it was like some people were actually getting like legitimately mad at Game Freak for like concocting this thing, which again, I'm pretty sure is based off of like a Japanese
Folklore.
folktale sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they decided not to make that the public canon
Yep,
and
so they
decided
already,
to do something
they
else
already
with it.
chose to not do
Right,
it.
right. But people were still getting mad because it was public on the
right.
internet and it was like leaked. And it's like, you were never meant to see this. What are you getting
Yes,
upset about?
Some random writer went rogue and started writing his fanfic. And now
Yeah,
everyone's getting mad.
that's like if our brainstorming ever got leaked, you know?
Right.
Like-
Yeah.
That would be problematic, I think. Ooh,
It's not like we'll
Can't
ever
believe they
make a
did
game about tasty abortions, but we're always
No.
going to write it down.
Although we
Exactly.
haven't in the recent past.
We
though.
haven't. Yeah.
I know. Maybe that's what's been like.
Which I think
Yeah,
is holding
we,
us back. I think it's holding
we
us
haven't
back.
we've lost our mojo a little bit. Also, speaking of that, I believe ratings are officially closed.
Right, that was supposed to be today.
And
yeah.
the top 15 results start in theoretically 19 hours.
Uh-huh.
We
Ooh.
shall see.
Yeah. So we'll probably
tomorrow.
start tomorrow's stream session with a Ludum
Talking
Dare
about Ludum Dare.
postmortem, as we
Sounds
do.
fun.
It
Eh,
will likely happen.
Yes.
After we get first place and everything.
No.
I've been, Jared had confidence.
I've been really busy these past couple of weeks, and I have not done like any promotion for this game whatsoever. Sadly.
Yeah, normally I would have put a post up too. I also have not had a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I never do it, so
never do.
I did,
even though you did some of the coolest stuff on this project that everyone keeps talking about and likes to know. Yeah. Everyone's talking about how did you do that water shader? That thing is so cool. I'll never tell.
Steven did his promotion.
I'll never tell. I came at a cup of ramen and this is what came out.
don't eat it.
Don't eat that.
As it currently stands, I believe this is looking like Pop Shove It levels of engagement in terms of like the number of ratings that we get. We had about 50. This was our lowest rated in terms of like quantity of ratings of a game that we've ever
in a while.
made.
Well, since Higher Desire.
Well,
we get like 30 for Higher Desire. Well, we actively tried to hide Higher Desire.
We actually I would have been okay if we got less than 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. We're in the 40s, and we were trying to like bury this thing.
Yeah. And we were trying to promote Pop Shove It. It was like, look at this cool thing that we made.
We definitely were.
Nobody was biting.
Damn it, people.
Higher Desire 2 one day. Yeah, when I'm fucking dead.
Yeah, that ain't ever gonna happen.
That's one of those things, where like people, Jared owns the rights to Higher Desire, but once he dies, Disney will get a hold of it.
That's how copyright law works now. Instead of something entering the public domain, it just goes straight to Disney.
Yeah,
they really snuck that into the legislation.
Well, that or Amazon gets it, like James Bond now apparently.
Oh, James Bond is a spy.
He was a good spy. Well, he used to be.
Well, he used to be.
Who knows after Amazon's done with him?
Oh, Amazon has it now.
They own the rights.
Are they making a movie or are they making a show?
I have a feeling. Someone brought it up the other day. I didn't read too much about it.
James
but I think
Bond does not seem like the kind
series.
of property to be like a series or a TV show.
No,
I agree.
It's literally a character made. I would argue similar to Indiana Jones, made for like a movie sequence.
A very finite, like something with boundaries to it.
Yeah,
like it's not. You're not really building a world out of James Bond.
You're not having like these long overarching like character arcs and things like that.
You don't need it.
No.
The characters
they're meant to just be like, for lack of a better word, okay, maybe you could do it, but they would have to be episodic.
Yeah,
like each entry in like James Bond seems like an episodic sort of self-contained thing.
The James Bond movies are kind of already that way.
Exactly.
Where they're just standalone episodes. They're not a continuation of each other. Right. I think you could even, I guess the newer ones were like kind of a continuation. It's more or less like it's actually, they made more than 3, right? So it's not a trilogy.
The James Bond movies?
The newest one with, what's his name?
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
The Daniel Craig James Bond. Like those are technically like building on each other.
Sure.
But you can still very much,
I'm pretty sure I saw Casino Royale not knowing anything about. I don't remember anything about Casino Royale.
Royale's the first one, so.
You can watch them in isolation.
I thought it was like the second one or something.
No, it is the first one.
Okay.
My thing is like if they use it like as some kind of like a TV soap opera or drama or something, it's gonna just consume the James Bond's value.
It's gonna bloat it.
It's gonna down.
That's what most like. Yeah, that's basically what most like turn it into a series sort of ideas tend to do to the IP. We'll see how Harry Potter does.
I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, because no one cares.
The kids yet? I feel like
I don't know.
They haven't cast the kids. I've seen some articles. Apparently, John Lithgow is Dumbledore.
They're casting Lord Farquaad as Dumbledore.
Yeah,
there's gotta be some memes about that already. Are you kidding me?
Amazing. I love that.
That's incredible.
That one made me laugh.
That's incredible. I have no idea how tall John Lithgow actually is, but I just imagine he's just like a little Lord Farquaad. Like that's all.
I think he's a pretty gawky tall dude. I think he's actually like a pretty tall.
I think he's a little tall.
Funny.
Yeah, he's probably like 6 foot.
I think he's pretty tall, but imagining Harry Potter with an American cast is weird to me.
Well, the fact that they're also turning like a 250-page book into like a multi-episode TV series is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
but people are gonna suck that shit.
They're gonna suck
remove a bunch of stuff from the movies, and we want it all. We want it.
The stuff they removed from the movies
How much did they remove from the movies, really? Though, like, or just the first movie, the first book, the first book. Oh, that was in the first book.
That was in all. That's like it's in like a bunch of them. I think I don't
remember what they do and don't cover in the first book. I haven't read it since like third.
I think it's the second is when that starts because that's when Dobby is introduced.
Right. Yeah.
We don't really know
the first one is immune to the house elf shit.
Yeah.
Fucking house elves is serving.
I feel like they didn't cut. I'd have to reread the book, but it doesn't feel like they cut all that much from like the first book.
No.
Probably not.
You basically had everything in there.
Well, okay. There's more what is it? Rooms in the final arc, right?
Is there
like getting to the Sorcerer's Stone?
What other rooms were there?
There's like a Severus Snape potion room.
Oh right.
And I think there's at least 2 that are missing.
Okay, so yeah, they can definitely fill up 3 or 4 episodes with those.
Well, but see, you know, they're turning it into it's the whole series that they're trying to do, not just like. And I
thought season 1 was just going to be book 1.
Is that how they're doing it?
Yeah.
Season 1 would be the first book. Otherwise, the season would be like.
I thought it was like a season of the whole series.
No, that would be like way too short.
Too short.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but the fact that they're trying to make book 1 specifically like a multi-episode saga.
They're gonna
typical.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to. Yeah, they're gonna have to puff up some areas to try and make it. But I'm not gonna give a shit though.
You know,
I'm not gonna give a shit about learning more about Harry.
No,
I don't. I honestly don't care.
I don't. It's not like. I guess you could say it was a pretty big part of my childhood, but like. Ever since like middle school, Harry Potter has not really been an important IP to me personally. So like I'm not. I enjoyed the movies when I watched them, but like that was about it.
Backtrack it. Say that like pretending like you don't watch all the Harry Potter.
No, sorry. I don't think. I don't think that it's a big part of my life where I'm like itching. I'm not itching. No. Yeah, to be clear, I love the Harry Potter movies. I watch them like once a year. So
yeah.
I am not asking for anything new.
Sure.
and I'm not booking my trip to Universal Hogwarts.
No.
You know, like
I went to Universal Studios Japan like Hogwarts Harry Potter thing, and I was just like, oh, this is pretty cool. Neat.
I do not own.
Oh my God, I went into the castle and everything. I was like, oh, this is cool.
You've lost the magic, Jared.
I guess
you don't enjoy things.
If I lost the magic, Hollywood killed it for me.
They took it away.
Or just like I guess the more media that I've consumed growing up, the more I've lost that sort of magic. You know?
Yeah.
It's hard to just blindly enjoy something and just be a fan of it without like someone doing something just the fucking worst thing ever on Twitter or something, or like something about like the development of it makes it really problematic to enjoy or something, or whoever made it is just really bad at their job sort of thing.
That's worse to be.
Yeah.
Most of those like the Twitter drama, unless they're like assaulting people or something, I don't really give a shit if they're just like kind of
Sure.
Burn down whatever establishment you want.
But like the things that I have grown up to love, very few of them are still making things today that are good.
Oh, absolutely. I can't
Toy
think
Story
of any.
5, I must remind, is coming out and is a thing.
I can't believe.
The only thing I can say is like they've done it. Did it. It had a grand finale. Toy Story or the Harry Potter. They've did it.
Over.
Yeah, but if they didn't make another movie, that's leaving money on the table, Jerry. That's just leaving money on the table.
God,
you don't leave money on the table. I promise you that.
No, they made so much money with Toy Story 4. Why not make a 5th one?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just math. It's just math.
It literally just is spreadsheets. OG Pixar. Back when they had that one trailer, I think they were talking about like WALL-E or Up or something like that, where one of the promotional bits for it was like the the higher ups at Pixar, like the big directors and stuff. So like back in the day, we had a meeting where we jotted down like 10 or so different movie ideas that we wanted to make. And this was the last one on our list. I think it was like WALL-E or Up. And
I think it was WALL-E.
Yeah,
WALL-E was the last one.
And you can kind of tell.
Remember that promotional
you can kind of tell that ever since then, like they haven't had a lot of many other ideas. They've had a hit here or there, but they haven't had a lot. Like you can kind of tell that they've run out of ideas. They were very staunchly opposed to making sequels to their series unless it was warranted, which was why Toy Story was basically the only series that got any sort of sequel in the OG Pixar lineup. Now you'd be hard pressed
with that trilogy.
Now you'd be hard pressed to find any sort of like Pixar series that isn't getting a sequel or a prequel or anything like that. It's just how long they'll never make Soul 2. Are you kidding me? That shit was made for way too niche of an audience, and I think it was released straight to Disney Plus. It never had like a theatrical release or anything like that. That movie was shat out and did not get the chance that it deserved.
Very unfortunate.
They announced Coco. I would be surprised if they did. Does it make sense?
Why?
Makes
sense.
Money.
You know what? Go ahead. Do it. Everyone, just do it. Ruin everything.
Why is it called Coco still?
I've just stopped caring about these things. You know,
It's kind of audience's fault though.
Because
audience consume it. They just make.
I know.
We never even watched this, did we?
People go and spend their money there.
Slop, slop, slop.
Did we watch the Lilo and Stitch trailer?
Yeah.
I think we did. It's embarrassing.
It's really bad.
Oh, actually, did we watch the trailer? I thought we watched that teaser.
We watched the thing where they just like hold up Stitch, right? I think so.
Hold on, I don't know if I've seen this. Did we watch it on here?
Let's get that watermark on there. I don't think that watermark's enough, honestly.
That's pretty good there.
I don't know if it's enough to like trip copyright. We'll see.
He's trying to find the police cruisers.
He took the red one. What hideous planet?
I mean, this definitely tends to be what makes me laugh at remakes, is when they're still all CG.
Right.
It's still animated,
and it just looks worse.
And it's worse. Oh. This little girl seems like a bad actor.
She is. They had like a. They had a
like Leia
a clip
from
to
the
it.
Fucking like.
From the Obi-Wan show.
Obi-Wan, yeah.
They just found a cute kid and they're
like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't act. Also, Nani doesn't have them thick thighs.
Nope. Well, that's because she's not animated. You can't make a woman like that.
I mean,
naturally.
There's probably a woman out there.
They could have found her. They just didn't try hard enough.
They didn't try hard enough, I don't think.
You sure that's a dog?
We're missing out on a whole lot of cake in a movie like this.
One of the things I think YMS reacted to this, and he made a good point in the fact that like when this was 2D animated, you had like a realistic suspension of disbelief that somebody could think that this weird blue creature was a dog.
Right.
You do not get that sense in this sort of 3D. But people are still like, is that your dog? What?
That's a weird dog.
There are just some things that should not be turned into live action. I don't know why we haven't created rules for this. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was the first one to break that rule for me.
Stitch that.
It's bad.
Sometimes family isn't perfect.
Oh, shut up, little girl.
That's close. I don't think you're supposed to drink that.
They stole that from My Favorite Martian.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeff Bridges would, or not? Is it not? Jeff Daniels would not approve.
Yeah.
Agent Cobra Bones,
Gross.
we have a blue dog to catch.
No, wait.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Also, they turned the ice cream guy from a tourist.
Yeah. So like a Hawaiian local
into a local.
I'm gonna give you to the count of 3.
What?
Is it supposed to be just like?
Yeah, it's some dude with like a tan line. Yeah.
It's funnier that in Hawaii you have these tourists.
Some white guy. Now it's just like, oh, now I feel bad that he dropped his ice cream. And it's not ice cream; it was a snow cone.
So,
what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, here we go. Official clip.
You have to be at your work.
This is an actual clip from the movie.
Yep.
kicked out of hula.
Official Disney Channel.
Here.
So boring here.
And no.
Great child
On
actor.
the table.
Why not?
Because people eat off them.
Nani.
Who cares?
Nani?
They're not covered what bird killed.
I cannot get over this style of direction.
It's not a style. It's pure functionality.
Stay.
There's nothing interesting going on here.
This.
How's it going?
Look, David, I got a dog.
Wait, can you go back?
Yeah.
Go back. Look, he's like, look, David, I got a dog, and look at where she's pointing.
Oh
Look,
no.
David, I got a dog.
Oh my god.
Where's that finger going?
Oh my
Where's that
god. Oh,
It's almost as if they
no.
planned for him to be on the ground.
Surely you could have just put a
changed
plushie
him.
in that chair for her.
Is that
Anything.
chair? The chair's not even real.
I don't
Chair's
think. I
not
think
real.
that chair's not real, bud.
Chair's not real. They added that in later.
No.
Wait, hang on. Let me see the shot of her like sliding the chair. Let me see this. I wasn't paying attention.
Like it's fine. They probably added that the shot here.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The lighting's all off on that thing.
How's it going?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Now it's
different
basically
colors.
a different
Yeah,
color when they cut from
It's a different
this.
color.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shot at different times.
Yep.
God, it's really obvious once you pause it like this, just how poorly composited that is.
And all of
Bad is bad.
all of these outdoor scenes still feel like studio shots because of the way that they're lighting it.
Yeah,
It
this
might
guy doesn't
actually
even
be a
look like
studio
he's here.
shot. No, nothing is actually outside. This lighting is bad. And honestly, I think this is a studio shot. I don't think they're actually outside.
I have never
Don't look like
believed.
he's ever been
Has that
outside.
ever been the case of like? I mean, the movie's not released yet, so they're probably working on it. Nah, I feel like if they're
No.
sharing
If it's
something
in the
like this,
trailer,
this
that's-
shot's
Dude, that's-
done. They've moved
that's
on to the
in.
next thing. There's no way they're
That's
going
in.
back for like
don't
light
have
touch-ups
time.
for these things.
Nah, that's in.
Ain't no way. I don't think that's ever been the case. That's been like something that people have constantly brought up for like games and movies and TV shows. Like, well, it's still in production, so they have time to fix these things. Nah, dog, this shit's done. This shit's minted already. Like, it's never gotten better post-release. People just forget about it.
And I would argue the same for the first Sonic movie, though people don't believe my conspiracy theory.
It's
How's it
It's
going?
what-
Look, David, I got a dog.
Dude,
Oh my, that's egregious, man.
dude, these bitches are outside.
Yeah.
Come on, what's your emotion you're conveying here, child?
Yeah.
I'm a little girl.
okay.
Okay.
Stitch.
What? Wait,
Chair's gone.
wait.
No. Stitch.
Oh my god, dude.
Put
It's
it down.
Eh, down.
Yeah.
there are far too many moms out there not going to care about this little girl can't act. They're like, look at how adorable this kid is.
Another great point that YMS brought up was he brought up like the ethics of child actors and how it's sometimes fucked up to make kids act and stuff like this. So like you think about like the little kid who played Anakin Skywalker in the prequels and how ruthlessly bullied he was. Or the kids will get just like a massive big head and not grow up with like the proper sort of childhood and stuff like that. And the fact that like this is literally child labor. We just give it a pass because they're cute and they're in a movie and they're in entertainment and stuff. His hot take was like, let's just get rid of all child actors and make any sort of child's character played by a grown-up. Like his argument was, don't tell me that you wouldn't immediately buy tickets to go see this movie if Lilo was played by Danny DeVito, but perfectly straight. They didn't call attention to it.
You know what?
Lilo was just Danny DeVito, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd go see that.
No studio would ever do that, but that's a money printing machine,
That
man.
would
Are you
pull-
kidding me? You don't
would
draw
pull-
attention to it. You don't make it the focus of the movie. It's just Lilo is Danny DeVito and Zendaya is Michi. It's like, oh, absolutely. But that's just that. Those aren't the kind of risks that studios are wanting. But
no,
dude,
they're not
it
going
would
to do that.
Kill in the theaters. Are you kidding me?
It would at least kill. It would kill on like that Minecraft movie level where like you want to go there for the spectacle of this thing. So if you want to be a part of the studio or the theater audience, like screaming when Danny DeVito like appears on screen in a little Hawaiian dress.
Shit.
Jesus Christ.
Zendaya is Mochi. Man, wow, look at that. Our CG's gotten so good.
Wow.
One.
That's gonna be the whole movie. That's gonna be the whole thing.
Yep.
And another sort of little bummer here. Let's go back to the trailer. I'm just like, okay, everybody loves the shit on these live action remakes.
Yeah.
Let's see what these comments look like. Let's get rid of this. I'm just glad Chris Sanders is still voicing Stitch. Literally no other person could do it better.
It's
not a human. Not a human.
I'm waiting for Stitch to say, she's touching me.
No, not a human.
The first Disney live-action remake I'm actually excited for. Stitch and the other alien characters look great, and it's really nostalgic to see all the scenes recreated.
Just go watch the original movie!
The actress playing Lilo is doing this so well. She was acting with what? A puppet? She seems to have nailed it at such a young age.
Shut up. I can't believe how much this makes me hate people.
Disney, I swear to God, don't mess this up, because this is looking fantastic so far.
I already messed it up by making it exist.
Shut up.
These people are so...
They don't sound real. They don't sound
even
real.
Look like modern day Disney slop. It actually looks faithful to the OG. Incredible.
What does that mean? What does faithful to the original mean?
These do like read like bot.
I've
started doing this thing where when I read comments, I read them in like a sort of robotic-y voice, so that it makes me feel more comfortable of just like, okay, these people don't exist, they aren't real, it's just bots. The dead internet theory is real.
Yeah, there aren't actual people.
I screamed when the snow cone fell on the floor. We finally got to see our boy.
Emoji.
Ohana means family. I'm 27 now, and I still remember that line the first time I watched Lilo and Stitch. That's because it was the motif of the movie. They said it so many times.
What do you mean?
Having a memory.
If you watch
the trailer, it's not a hard line to remember.
If you watch the movie, you would remember that. Let's start digging up all these. Let's start digging up all these people.
Let's go to Beleaguered Beluga. Can you see like their subscriber things? I don't think you can see that.
How do you?
No, I don't think you can see like what they subscribe to. They have subscribers, weirdly enough, even though they've never made anything.
Interesting.
Is that the same as like? I wonder if people treat it the same as like follows on like social media, where like maybe they don't make videos, but they make like community posts or something. Well, I'm not seeing anything on this channel actually. It doesn't have any content.
They got a bunch of.
Do people just follow when they agree with the comment or something? How does social media work?
I don't know how. Like, don't treat YouTube. As soon as people start treating YouTube as social media, it makes me mad. Just put dumb videos on there.
Please do not mess up this classic. You should already be angry.
It's already messed up.
It's already messed up.
Anyone calling these old movies classic should be arguing on our side.
The way Stitch looks is exactly how I imagined him.
I'm mad that they act like the original Lilo and Stitch doesn't exist.
It devalues the original.
There. You can watch that.
Not only that, it's not like they pretend it doesn't exist. It like they think that this is on the same standard, and it devalues the original.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing. They also brought back the ice cream guy.
Shut up! I'm getting like I feel tension in my heart reading these because I can't believe how mad I get thinking about. Because I'm not like I can't do the robot. I'm picturing the ugly fucking person saying these words, and they mean it, and they're saying it like while playing.
They're
like,
very sincere.
They're playing like euchre with their friends, like while they're talking about the new Stitch movie. Listening to like Creedence Clearwater Revival in the background.
If they made a live action Toy Story, I would take my mom to see it and I would fucking hate it. Then you would be contributing to the problem. I'm sorry.
You're part of the problem.
Even if you hated it, if you give them money,
you're part of the problem.
Unless it's like, I can see you being sort of like guilted into needing, like wanting to take your mom there for like bonding time or nostalgia or whatever. But like, if you give money, fucking find a different way to watch it, in my opinion.
Yes.
Honestly.
Yes.
Or there are a lot of ways to make a bond with your mom.
Yes,
the other way
besides,
is like take her to the good cafe.
Yeah, get the clippers out.
Yeah.
oh,
Just hand it to him. It's like, you know what to do with these.
I have a date tonight, and I'm not ready.
I need to be
Boom.
smooth as a porpoise.
You just walk in her room naked.
Are you gonna help me with this or what?
I'm doing seizure.
There's a lot of work down there.
Ooh, it's gonna be a while.
People who try to sound analytical with it,
This actually
seems
seems promising. Lilo and Stitch was my childhood. I'm actually excited for this, and I've never once been excited for any live-action Disney. That's because they haven't remade your baby yet. That's the only reason.
I don't believe, but I also don't believe these people. I guarantee these people have seen every other live-action Disney movie. There is no way that this is the first one. You're like, you know what? 10 years later, this one got me. And look at what it is. It's not like it has some new standard over the others.
Hang on. I'm just gonna real quick.
Yeah, save that for posterity.
Please put that in the Discord immediately.
Yep. Thank you for that screen cap, Pomo.
Feel free to ask questions. We're not going to defend you.
It's not often that we get to take chat out of context.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord.
Deserves a Kamitsu face.
Glad to be of service.
Is that what your mom said when she was finished?
Gochu sama deshita.
Tips are welcome.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. So.
I'm just looking forward to. I'm in the audience of the audience now. I'm just gonna enjoy watching people literally slip into madness as they continue to invite more of this garbage.
One day, people.
I can't handle just being upset.
Maybe
I don't know.
Hopefully, you know what? You know what the dream would be is if eventually we get to the point where we have AI generated movies.
Yes.
And that opens up like a whole untapped market for people who actually want to see movies made by humans. So all of these people in the comment sections will be placated with like the AI generated slop. And then the people like the actual like directors and things, people who actually want to make movies will start making things again. And then that will develop its own separate audience and they're not going to cannibalize each other.
I do think, I think there'll have to be some kind of split that happens. Right now,
I can totally see
together.
the people in this comment section being completely fine with watching AI generated movies.
Yeah.
Like all they need is something moving on screen and like
one of the
some happy visuals and like they'll be good.
Right. One of the things I've heard YMS say recently was like, you know, a lot of people complain that all new movies suck, but he's like, that's not true. But there's plenty of good direct. And I know that's true, but like, I have to go to music festivals to see them. I have to seek them out online. It's not fair. Like,
you have to put in the effort.
I'm not clearly as we're going to. I mean, as we've always discovered during these movie discussions, I'm not a movie buff.
No, that's not.
So I'm only aware of the movies that are coming out that are being like marketed, and I can just maybe I'm not a movie buff because all the movies that I'm getting marketed are things I don't give a shit about.
Yeah.
But because also I'm not a movie buff, I'm not like actively seeking out movies to watch that I might enjoy the same way that I would actively seek out like specific kinds of games that I would like to enjoy and stuff like that, because that's my wheelhouse. That's what I will go digging for.
You'll find
movies,
right?
Not so much. So I'm not going to find
you're
these
in a
movies,
position.
You know?
and all that does, I think it takes people that would otherwise maybe be into movies and it makes you kind of hate them.
Yeah. Or just like me, kind of be indifferent to them in most cases, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so I know that we complain about this a lot, but I'm just looking forward to watching just how bad it can get. I think that I'm trying to be entertained. I am
very like, it's going to happen eventually. A fully AI generated movie, script, screenwriting, director, characters, everything is going to be AI generated. I want to see how it does. It's probably gonna make me want to shoot myself in Minecraft.
Yeah.
But I'm still darkly curious as to how well it will actually perform.
It'll do fantastic.
It'll do way better than you would ever want it to.
The first time this happens, and it will happen, there will at least be one of them.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's not as big of a deal as, or it wasn't a huge deal, but the person that wanted to make an entire film shot on like an iPhone.
Right.
It's not that interesting, but the fact that it's got that title next to it, that's like shot completely on iPhone. If you have it's a social media bolstered
type of thing. Because right now, at least on the internet, the words AI are kind of just like poison to a lot of people on social media, where like people have a pretty adverse reaction to it. So whenever there's even like a whiff of something being AI generated, it gets fucking slammed in the comment section.
That's great.
It is great. It really annoys me that this kind of stuff is still being kind of like shoved down our throats, because these companies are desperately trying to find some way to make their generative AI thing like financially viable by proposing all these. Dude, I keep getting these commercials on YouTube where it's talking about like the new Google Pixel 9 with Gemini AI. Here's a text from your sister who's like asking you what you want for lunch, and here's
use AI to see your sister naked.
No, well, I was saying, and here's Google Gemini responding to your sister in the form of Shakespeare. I'm like,
why?
It's always shit. Why? It's always shit like this that they try to like sort of market. It's like, here's this thing that can be like quirky and creative for you. It's like you can tell it to like it's like a novelty, like asking Alexa to fart or tell a joke. Where it's like they'll do it once, be like, oh, that's kind of cool,
and then
it provides no actual use for you whatsoever. But that's all that they can come up with to like shoehorn this AI into these products. Be like, you can generate cats in space playing guitars. It's like, wow, okay. Can it do my laundry? I'd prefer it did that. Like,
the things I don't care about, I don't want to do.
We're not doing anything useful, and I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one. I guess me and Pomo get all the same ads on YouTube.
Dude,
if you stop clicking on them,
let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find this one fucking ad. It probably already got taken down, but it made me do a double take. It was one of those.
YouTube?
Yes, it was one of those ads that are like you know, like at the top here where it's just like a picture or something. Yeah, and a banner. I don't think it'll pop up again because it was legitimately borderline. It was yes. I had to stare at it for a couple of seconds. It was like, is this porn on my YouTube page? On my YouTube page. It was this big tittied anime girl, and she had like her arms up, but where her tits were two like peaches. And the peaches were like the color attenuated to like a dark pink at the tips that were pointed out. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, these are just boobs. Like, these are boobs. This is boobs on my YouTube timeline. And I'm looking at it and be like, oh no, those are peaches. Those look a lot like this can't be allowed. And every single time this was like 2 or 3 days ago, and it was there for a couple of days. Every time I would scroll down to like the comment section or like was looking for a video or whatever, it would slowly creep in. I was be like, what the oh, it's the peach thing. Like, even though I knew it was peaches, I still couldn't like, I had to look at it for a second to be like,
it's peaches. I know it is. That's
porn. Like,
I mean,
no, I just watch a lot of VTubers, so I think that's just like, I get all of like the Gooner anime like ads that I'm not interested in. Like, I'll get all those ads for like Nikkei and like, what's that other one called? I don't know. Those just like Gooner gotcha games.
Okay, I just looked it up, Jared. What the fuck?
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Can you share in the Discord? I might be able to. I might be able to show it because it is peaches.
And it is advertisement, so.
And it's an advertisement that was on YouTube.
How did you find it?
Yeah.
Did you just type in like anime girl peaches ad?
AI peach boob ad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll also get ads for like generative AI to make like porn of your favorite like cartoon characters. I had like a sexy Lois Griffin on one of them.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Okay, finally, y'all are getting this now too. I feel like I was doing something wrong.
No.
Okay, wait, was it peach? It wasn't like peach.
Well, I did on my phone. It was like.
Oh, on your phone. Can you share it in the Discord?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, you know. Oh,
I see.
why don't I just fucking share the Reddit post? I can just do that.
Oh, somebody like screen captured or screen captured is like, what the fuck is this?
When I'm trying to screenshot my phone, it like brings up the chat 'cause it's in the Reddit fucking app, and it's pissed me off. So.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Now, I will say that is actually the future of AI. It's all porn related.
Oh, absolutely.
Like that's where the money is going to get made, and it's just going to have people to like detach even further from reality and just stay indoors even more. Oh, we're going to really get ourselves set up for some fun.
This is the one. This is the one.
Well, you found it.
I would say. All right, and I have to reiterate. This is peaches.
These are not boobs.
These are not boobs. Twitch. This is peaches.
Oh my god!
Shit.
Dude!
Holy shit!
What the
Those are
fuck?
peaches.
Yes!
They're peaches. No, they're
peaches. They're peaches.
They're peaches.
You can see them. They're peaches. But you can see how I had to stare at it for like 5 to 10 seconds to confirm that these are not just titties on my YouTube front page.
Okay, important thing is the intention. The fucking intention was it.
Oh, there's absolutely.
Look like a boob.
Absolutely. I was flabbergasted.
I mean, that is.
I just scrolled to this on my YouTube.
Like, what the hell?
Fucking insane.
That's definitely that's more wild than anything I've seen on you. And I've seen some that are literally like out of frame is definitely nudity and stuff like that.
It's like cropped hentai or some shit.
Yeah, I've definitely that's the most wild one I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that is literally the YouTube ad.
It was, like I said, it was like every single time I opened the YouTube app, I would see that just scrolling through. I'm not seeing it anymore, which leads me to believe that it eventually got taken down. But the fact that it could have ever gotten put on YouTube in the first place is egregious.
It's a bit.
It's crazy.
That's my question, because it's not like ads are not just like creator content. Like it's not like, oh, I put that ad up on my channel, right? Like ads are through YouTube. Like that's somehow controlled by YouTube.
Right.
So for it to be there, it had to have been okayed by YouTube. It couldn't have ended up there by accident.
Oh, I'm well aware of nude yoga on YouTube.
I don't know how that works.
There are some dark pockets of YouTube where you can find full-blown titties and vagina on YouTube.
How?
Because it's marked as educational.
Nude yoga.
Nude yoga. If you type nude yoga on YouTube, you
I
will
gotta sign in
find
to confirm my age. I'm not gonna
nudity, just bare ass titties of people
I don't need that shit in
teaching
my
you
watch
how to
history.
do yoga.
Wait, that's literally nude.
Yes.
Naked. It's fucking naked.
But it's educational, Jerry,
What
so
the
it's
hell?
allowed.
It's art.
Wait.
As long as you have the education tag, you can probably
this
find
shouldn't
like
be
sex
allowed.
ed. You can probably find like some sex ed videos as well, and it's educational,
What
so it
the
is on YouTube.
Hey, I mean, technically, I looked at
Holy
titties at work today, because we were practicing some
Elaborate.
figure drawing. So
Okay, all right.
there
Did
you
you
go.
type just bondage into Google Images?
Pretty much. So I typed in hog tie.
Oh,
That's what it was. Hog tie.
Mm-hmm.
What the
Risky
fuck
play.
is this? Are we watching like what is that people like fight?
You're watching pornography on YouTube is what you're doing right now.
It's porn.
That's what it
Not
is.
Are you
porn.
watching fucking
Nudity is
porn?
perfectly natural and totally fine. You are the one.
You're the one making it weird.
Yeah,
As
you're
it
the
does
one
like a close-up
sexualizing them.
macro shot on her vulva.
Yeah, she's just spreading her legs.
And there is a Russian YouTuber
There's
like uploading.
this one.
They are masturbating.
No, they're
What?
stretching.
No, they're not. They're not masturbating. There's no way they're masturbating.
Maybe there's a how-to video on how to masturbate. You don't
And then
know.
this guy's rolling.
That's
You know what
educational.
happened?
How to?
Oh
got
Jesus,
it.
unrelated tab, I guess.
Fuck. Oh
We'll
shit.
just keep this up. We'll just keep this up.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
You see this and you tell me this is not masturbation.
Are you about to share a link?
Wait, careful.
Oh,
now.
you're
No,
screenshotting.
maybe
Okay.
I shouldn't share the link.
Screenshot
Don't
it,
share
share it,
it.
and then delete it after
Don't
we
share
react
it.
to it.
Don't share it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
Make sure you post it in the right chat.
Oh.
Yeah, please,
Oh my
Jerry.
God.
There's two
Put it in
channels
the
named
general
General
announcements.
Discussion. I just
Hey,
thought
everybody.
everyone should know about this.
Yeah, it's important.
Right there. And
Let me see.
David.
I'm waiting.
I'm weighted with bated dick.
Naked
I'm baiting, bruh.
yoga.
Don't say it out loud. Why are you typing it?
It says naked yoga, so.
Grim,
Well, Grim, I'm trying to decide because these are both the same price.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a
One's
toss-up.
easier. They're both unavailable.
It's kind of a toss-up. I don't know.
Here, there you go. Oh,
Let me see.
Where'd you put it, Jerry?
Wait, where'd you put it? I don't see it, Jerry.
Whoa!
You tell me this is not.
What the fuck? I mean, it's censored technically, but
No, I
Jesus
cannot
Christ.
show that.
No,
There's
no,
no way.
you can't.
That is
You can't.
And it says naked yoga.
That
It
is-
says fucking naked
That's
yoga.
literally just someone getting fingered.
Okay.
No.
okay.
If you look,
There's a
no,
bunch.
that's-
Would she a
I also need to emphasize that like the description is in Russian with timestamps. The only English that I see in the description is just 056 when she's a squirter.
What?
What? This is porn on YouTube. What the fuck?
I was actually going to argue that this looks like a Brazilian wax because there's gloves involved, and I thought the yellow was wax and stuff. But when I saw the when she's a squirter, now I'm not so sure.
Oh my fucking god.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
That's a big fucking yikes. That's on YouTube.
Yeah, in this generation, I guess.
Why does why does porn need to even be on YouTube? This stuff can
Because
exist.
it's less competitive than on Pornhub or any of the porn sites. It's because you're not supposed to do it on YouTube.
Grim, don't take us any further.
Yeah, I don't.
Dude, I'm aware there's more fucked up stuff on YouTube.
The bottom
I know
barrel
the
shit.
internet
I don't need to know.
has holes all over it, even in YouTube.
I'm just too scared.
What?
I know.
All
I
right.
didn't know.
I'm gonna share this with
You're
you
gonna have to.
guys.
Okay. Well, we won't share it anywhere else. You just
and
put
it will
in
be
our-
deleted immediately. That's the
Okay.
general chat. All right, let's go to the mod
I'll
chat.
save it. Save it real fast.
What?
What the what?
45 videos in this playlist.
It's a playlist.
Holy
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
Five
delete that. And then I'm also
videos.
just gonna go to the DMs from Pomo and erase
delete?
that.
Ban him.
Oh, I
Oh
can't.
my
Pomo,
You shouldn't have
I'm
shared
gonna
that.
need you to delete that, Pomo. Thank you. I
That's
don't
a
want to
fucking
open up my
yikers.
DMs with
Holy
you on stream
shit.
and accidentally see that.
My goodness.
Thank you.
God.
Thank you.
Oh no.
Way ahead of you.
Where?
Yeah.
What the
Well,
fuck
now.
indeed?
I mean, guys, remember when YouTube it took like 20 minutes to load one video, and then it
It
was
took
like
you 20 minutes to
Trogdor or
load like
something?
the Numa Numa dance.
Yeah.
Can we go back to those days, please?
Now I open up YouTube and I'm like,
Now
oh
it's
shit,
just
did I
like
open up
this
the wrong
video is
tab?
brought to you by Skillshare.
Oh. And breastfeeding.
This breastfeeding video is brought to you by Skillshare.
I'm sure. Hey, you're sharing the skills.
Use the code Floppy Natties to get 10% off.
Oh, gross. Because I've gotten ads like that. Even I just scrolled down now and I get this like it's Botify AI and it's like AI girl art stuff. But like it's you ever at work like you're trying to show someone a YouTube video and you're like, wait, hold on a second before I turn my screen over to you. I don't like that I have to like check YouTube first to see what it's gonna show people. Damn. This used to be a safe space.
That, but no, you're correct, Pomo.
No, absolutely. That was the main source of my
upsetting-
fuckery there, Pomo.
part of it.
Was very. I did not like that.
That child was old enough to have memories, and that is a problem.
This
Nobody wants to have
Dude, you
memories
shouldn't
of
be
suckling on them titties. No. God damn it.
And I
Sean.
another image?
I don't want to
Oh,
see
lordy.
these.
No more.
Oh, wait. All of this video removed from history. All views of this video removed from history. Oh shit.
Oh,
Are they hiding their views or something? What is this? I've never seen that
no.
message before.
Well, I'll tell you this: all the naked yoga videos had like almost 1 million views.
Oh, of course.
Oh no.
Oh, that's me deleting that from. You watched that?
Oh no, Pomo.
He had to know.
I have to know for science.
It was.
Yeah, but even though it's
educational.
censored, deleted, they're still in the
They're still-
server.
they're
somewhere.
still there.
You've been marked, Pomo. You about to get some
You can't hide that from
recommendations.
your ISP.
Your ads are about to get wild, brother.
Oh my god, breastfeeding ads? Imagine.
How else am I supposed to learn?
Yeah, I need to know how to.
Educational.
how to do the like the move.
What's the what? What's that vagina pose where like your butthole opens up and then it breathes a little bit?
What?
It's like a yoga. It's like a yoga pose.
What?
It's like a yoga.
No,
yoga
I don't.
thing.
I don't know about that actually. I don't think.
You know where it like blows a kiss at? It's like it goes in and it goes out. It's like a yoga thing.
No.
What?
No.
Namaste.
I have never breathed through my anus.
Well, you haven't entered the higher levels of yoga.
That's like the 10th form of yoga.
Art of yoga.
Yeah, it's a transcendent form of yoga, only achieved by certain females.
There are 2 childs. Was one of them at least a baby?
What are you talking about, 2 childs? This is getting really messed up.
With the stuff you're sharing with ISP records existing of it, should I be worried about an email in my inbox in the future saying, regarding your once involvement with keyboard? We're not an official entity, so you should be fine.
Yeah.
You can go back to jail.
You can. Not again.
There was no money exchange, so they can't RICO you if we ever get in trouble.
That's true.
That is true. That is true.
I learned that from Batman.
And as we all know, what happens in Batman holds up in court. Jesus fucking Christ!
What a wild time to be alive.
Yeah. So speaking of other
we're in the thick of it.
Speaking of other series that have never been like sort of bastardized by unnecessary sequels or anything like that. Maybe we can start talking about Indrana Jones.
What a tragedy.
Yeah.
So Jared is the only one of the 4 of us that had never seen
this. Was my first Indiana Jones movie,
which is crazy for such a. This is like one of those just iconic movies.
It's such like this is like Lion King levels of iconic.
We'll probably talk about this later. I didn't realize until I watched this movie how many Indiana Jones references
that you've seen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, yeah. There's literally thousands of them.
Yeah, this is like a meme maker. Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, obviously the big boulder, like
the big boulder thing, but also like the staff of Ra, the melty face, the top men.
Top men. Yeah, I'm sure. I feel like if you've watched into, like, Facebook, the openness, you've basically seen Indiana Jones.
And there were like quite few references here and there, like the kiss. I'm hurt here. I
didn't know
that.
That
is from this Indiana Jones too.
Yeah, I never saw that reference anywhere.
Just points at his dick.
It doesn't hurt even some of the character designs and stuff, like the villain, like those have become tropes in their own right just from this movie.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones invented Nazis as well. Like that's
he did.
Heard of as well.
I mean, what a cool villain.
World War II. Hitler saw it, was just like, that's a pretty dope uniform.
Damn, you know what? That's cool.
It was 1936.
Yeah, this is a very old movie.
Well, but it took place in 1936.
Yeah, can you believe this movie was made in 1936?
How else would they get the 1936 aesthetic without shooting it in 1936?
Jared, there weren't Nazis in 1981.
You're crazy.
You know what? You're so right.
Learn history, Jared.
Learn history. This is a documentary.
So this was actually a really... It's pretty serendipitous that we watched this movie back to back after Star Trek, because it shares a lot of similarities with Star Trek in terms of being like big Hollywood blockbuster movie sort of thing.
Right.
And I feel like, and this is probably going to be a big part of the discussion as well, because we're going to have to try and get to the bottom of why I enjoyed this movie a lot more than Star Trek, even though they're the same genre of movie.
I feel like I have theories, but I think
you're just a bigger fan of Steven Spielberg. That's just
I don't know about that, but like I have a couple of theories as well. But that's the bottom line right now, is that like I could tell that I was watching a Hollywood blockbuster crowd pleasing movie as I was watching this, but I was also having the thought of like, man, if more Hollywood blockbusters were like this, I'd probably like them more. You know?
Yeah. Because there's something just very wholesome about this.
There's something wholesome about it, but there's also like, I think one of the things that I liked about it is that there was like some very clear like edge to this, both in terms of like tone and just in like roughness of making it. You have like those real ass like stunts and sequences. You have
Very
these moments like
practical.
the vast majority of this movie felt like a goddamn cartoon.
Oh, dude, the whole thing.
But then you'd get these moments of just like fucking faces melting, or you have
Very
fucking
mature
Doc Ock with a
imagery.
spike through his face.
Oh, dude,
There'll be those
what-
moments where like I'm watching them, so like, haha,
Shit
fun
gotta dump real
cartoon. Then it's
fast.
like, you'd see like that dude who's on fire and literally just gets headshot and just. And then I'm
hold on,
reminded
I'll-
of the fact that I'm not watching a cartoon. This
like,
is like an action movie. It's like. I feel like in any other situation, I would be criticizing like this hardcore tonal clash, but for some reason, it was working for me. Like I was enjoying it. It felt, because I think the thing is like I don't think I really saw much of a directorial voice from J.J. Abrams. I just saw a movie that was telling an interesting story with interesting visuals. I could see a vision here, right?
This thing is dripping with Spielberg and
all
Lucas.
the weirdness of like it's basically a cartoon, but also here's some things to add to your childhood trauma, you know? Like and I think I read this somewhere that it wasn't Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it was Temple of Doom that spawned the PG-13 rating, because that didn't exist before this movie.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, this movie was originally rated R solely for the one shot of that French dude's head blowing up. That earned it its R rating. And to avoid that, they just added like some smoke in front of that face because they didn't want it to be R. And because of that, it went from R to PG. Which is insane.
Crazy.
But this is what PG used to be back in the day.
Yeah,
So
dude,
good.
I remember
That's
being
what
a
I
kid
put.
and watching the face melting. And
Absolutely,
right.
dude.
Okay,
so this is the first Indiana Jones movie that I've seen to completion, but my first experience with Indiana Jones, I have a vivid memory of it because it was Temple of Doom was on TV, and it was that Kali Ma scene where the girl's heart was getting pulled out. That destroyed me as a child.
Yeah, of course.
And I'd never interact with any other Indiana Jones movie after that.
Yeah, actually got his heart out of there.
So guess what? Last time I watched this was when I was a kid, because this was like filmed before I was born. So I didn't remember the like a gore scene of this movie. There were a lot of blood splattered. There were a lot of gunshots, like dead people, and there were a lot of splatter scenes. I had no idea how gore this movie was,
dude. Like that.
How could I not get trauma?
that first death of just like literally just spiked through the whole body, like right through the head. I'm like, whoa, that's an immediate PG-13 right there.
Oh, whoops.
Fun fact about that: I was reading some IMDb trivia after I watched the movie. That was apparently Alfred Molina's very first movie appearance. And his very first day on set for the first movie that he has ever been in involved him getting covered in live tarantulas.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Fucking crazy.
Poor guy.
I don't think I would have enjoyed that,
dude,
very much.
Very comical though, like that turnaround
and then
just the reveal.
He just coded it.
I love, dude, the visual gags in this movie were almost always like I very rarely, like when I'm by myself, like laugh out loud at things. I fucking
I
cackled at the glasses Nazi dude making
Windshield dude.
I love Windshield dude. He's my favorite guy. Oh my god.
Wait, Windshield dude? What are you talking about?
Oh, do you not remember?
Oh, Jared doesn't
the guy was just like,
yeah.
That was another part I cackled, but I think the more like intentional, that one was probably intentional as well. But when the dude with the glasses like pulls out his nunchucks and makes a hanger out of it, and just hangs his coat. I'm like, that's so fucking stupid. I love that.
There's a number of things like that. So it gets pretty slapsticky at a couple of moments.
Oh my god, when Harrison Ford just gets his head hit by the mirror, I'm just like,
the mirror?
Was fucking Looney Tunes as shit, man.
Did you say something?
There's definitely like some like Leslie Nielsen somehow in this whole movie.
And it's so I can totally see somebody having a problem with that, with like the tonal clash between these things. But to me, it feels like I see a voice, I see a vision, and I feel like I'm engaging with the person who made this, which is probably just what makes this more interesting to me. rather than like most of the stuff that you'll see put out by like modern Hollywood, talking like Disney, Sony, Paramount, these kinds of things, where it's like all of these shots are like very flatly shot. Like there's a playbook in terms of how these scenes are supposed to play out, what's supposed to happen, what these characters are supposed to say, what the screen is supposed to look like. Like it, even to somebody who doesn't watch a lot of movies, it still feels very like sort of paint by numbers. So when I see something like this, which has just fucking weirdness to it, man, and like just things that like shouldn't necessarily work but somehow are for me, like I just engage with that a lot more, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit more inspiring. Like I think it invites you to be a little bit more inquisitive about it because it's got so much quirk to it. It's not it's weirdly very predictable and then just shockingly surprising at the same time.
You have these moments where like these things are the way that they are because like someone wanted them that way. They thought it was the best thing to do for like the story or the movie or whatever. They weren't necessarily thinking it's like, oh, we'll probably like confuse audiences here. It's like, oh, we need to make sure that this person like gets enough like screen time or whatever. It's like, oh, we don't want to alienate X fan base by like doing blah 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 this or that. Like it was just like this person decided to put windshield guy there because there was another thing that I read in like there's another thing that I read in the trailer. It was like, I'm so glad that they brought this up because I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was near the end where I forget all the characters' names, but like the antagonist French guy, he's talking to Indy with his RPG and a fly is like just on his lip.
Yes.
And it looks like he eats it.
He eats it.
No. Apparently that fly like flies away during shooting. But Steven Spielberg thought it was so funny to just like cut those couple of frames out where that fly flew away to make it look like he ate it. I just thought that would be hilarious to keep in there.
That's awesome. That is so awesome.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The fact that like weird like stuff like that can just happen randomly, but it makes the movie better because of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Additive.
It's crazy.
It's definitely like I think it deserves its status as like in the pantheon of like classics.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I enjoy it as much as it just because I have a personal nostalgia for it, but this is in like the same sort of realm and pantheon as like the Back to the Future movies in terms of like this is indicative of what like iconic movies in the 80s were like. You know,
another Steven Spielberg movie. Huh?
I can see this movie being someone else's Back to the Future. You know.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of people who are huge fans.
This is their like favorite
first three
movie.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was a
There's
huge fan.
like gigantic nerd culture behind it.
Yeah, modern promo brings up another point of just like even if you're not really going to be seeing like Nazis in modern movies these days because people would throw a fit just because there's Nazis in the movie and oh no, you're promoting Nazis. Yeah, when that's never like sort of been the case. Like a lot of the Nazis in this movie are fucking goobers, just they're absolute stupid, like not portrayed in a positive light, sort of
transparently evil.
Yeah, and I just don't see how anybody would have a problem with it just because they're showing like the Nazi swastika and it's like the butt of the joke a lot of times. Like when they
throw the rope down,
and it's just
flag.
It's just I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like something that would you can't. I feel like if you were to try and pull something like that in the modern day today, in the same way where you're portraying them as just a bunch of incompetent boobs. You know, you're not portraying them in a positive light whatsoever. People are just like, oh, you're normalizing Nazis. You're painting them in a sort of endearing lights, like they should be villainized always and blah blah blah. It's be like,
we killed them all at the end of the movie.
Yeah, like they all died pretty fucking brutally. I wouldn't say at any point that they actually like painted these guys in a positive sort of light at all.
Not even.
I take lightning through the chest death over face melting death. Just saying.
Absolutely.
I also would probably choose that one.
I'll be the guys not standing directly.
It'll be quick and it'll be painless.
Can I ask how did Indy know to keep his eyes closed?
He's an archaeologist. He just knows.
No. I
Don't look at
actually
the face of
searched it.
God.
How did he know? So there was a deleted scene that they found that you gotta close the eyes when the arc is activated or something like that. But somehow, I don't know why, but they deleted that scene.
It's really not that.
It's not a big deal. Like,
You just
okay,
kind of accept
But
it
it
when
bothered.
happens.
It
You're like,
bothered
oh,
me.
don't look at it. Okay, I gotcha.
there's a couple of things that I like just let go with this kind of movie because that's just what it is. It's like it matches the character.
You gotta lose yourself in the fantasy of it.
Another fun one that I disregard is like when Marion like supposedly dies in that explosion. The hilarity of the cut. The hilarity of the cut from like that car explosion to him just having a drink.
Yeah. I'm like, aren't you still probably being pursued, my guy?
Nah,
like he didn't even try to like pull a body. Like he just like and then and also like the fact that like he's drinking with the monkey and it's like kind of cute that he's like there with the monkey as if this happened as if it happened weeks ago. But this is all in the same day. And not only that, but Saul also knows that she might have died or that she supposedly died.
Right.
Like the information traveled both quickly and just like also went away really fast.
Yeah. They had a lot of moments where I'm like, man, y'all really aren't concerned about just being like caught at all, are you? Or just seen from a distance.
No, the way they're just hanging out.
When they said like they're digging in the wrong place, I'm like, oh, so they're probably like miles away, and they'll be on their own isolated dig site. No, they were actually already pretty fucking close.
And they're literally up on a ridge where if you just
it's so visible
for a second, you see them. Literally, when they're pulling the gigantic fucking like pulley system that they have. You're like, oh, I wonder what that is.
It takes and the amount of like people that are up there and they're cresting the horizon.
Yeah, like what's going on with that?
It takes them like less than a minute to get to where they are once they actually notice that they're there.
But it takes them so long.
Less than a minute as they're running in fast forward.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, dude.
The shot of Marion and Indy like running away from the plane before it blows up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because all the other times that they were running, they were not going very fast.
No.
When she was like running through the streets trying to escape those guys.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
No, but then
Not
you put a couple.
athletic,
Then you put a couple stunt people in there, and you get them to like actually sprint off that runway.
Yeah.
Hang on, Is it this one? Yeah, I think it is. I don't know if it'll get it, but I need to find a screen grab of windshield guy.
Oh, dude, fucking windshield guy! I love
my absolute favorite part of the movie. I think I laughed the hardest at that. Yeah. There's no reason for it.
This was a great little sequence too.
Oh yeah, the one like the little Nazi that could.
Yeah. Well, this whole like truck stealing sequence that lasted like 10 minutes.
The blood there, like in that shot, and I think that's actually really great practical effects when he shoots him in the shoulder. Like, how it also gets on the windshield and drips down, and it's like the right amount of blood. Like that was pretty impressive.
For sure. This was crazy.
This is a great stunt.
This is an insane stunt.
Amazing stunt.
Actually done too, but
I was clenching. This shit is impressive.
You can see the little trough they have to like have the guy like.
It's still crazy though.
But it's amazing. It's an amazing stunt.
It's a very well done stunt.
Insane.
Dude, I mean,
just him like cresting the top. I was flabbergasted by this.
Yeah. Like, it's really impressive.
What I was impressed is like after that, this villain dude was in the same situation as Indy, but Indy could do this, but that villain dude couldn't do the same.
I know,
he was so good. And then he has like a super cartoonish death when he gets run over.
Yeah. And then he gets like Wile E. Coyote killed. I also just can't get over how much he looks like Crocodile Dundee.
Did y'all also see like when they first get attacked? I think it was in like Cairo. There was Marion and Indy when they first like get like jumped in the streets, and Marion's over there with like some sort of like metal thing. She's like,
she's like kind of patting him up. Dude,
she's not good enough at doing the stunt to actually like look like she's going full power.
No. Dude, all of those moments, like I was never like, "That's so dumb." I was just laughing. It was still entertaining, even though it was.
Did you know that when the guy with the sword comes out and Indy shoots him instead of fighting him, there was actually planned for a much longer fight sequence, but Harrison Ford that day, he was really tired of shooting, and he just
he had food poisoning. Apparently,
Whatever,
everybody on set had food poisoning, except for Steven Spielberg, because the only thing that he ate while they were shooting on location was the food that he brought, which was a metric fuck ton of SpaghettiOs.
Oh
That's all he ate
yeah,
while he was out
Fuck
there.
yeah,
my
Spielberg.
man,
Oh,
my man.
I don't know. Has anyone here had a date before?
No.
Oh,
you're talking the food.
I have. Oh well, it is Friday night. And we're here. It is Friday night, and we're all here talking about the Raiders of the Lost Ark. So
Interesting.
Topical.
Not the only vaginas insider on YouTube. So probably. I've had bacon wrapped dates before. I don't think I've ever just had a date.
I think I have as
itself.
well.
I don't know if I've ever had one.
Lost Ark.
Like big raisins.
It doesn't look good. I don't know why. Like stuff like that just doesn't seem.
It's probably a texture thing for you, I'm sure.
It's probably not going to be good. Is it a fruit?
I think so.
Yeah. I'm sure it's sweet, right?
I know when I've had a bacon wrap date, I did not really love it, but I wasn't sure if that was like maybe the fruit by itself is good, or because it also had a bunch of other garbage like around it. And
Probably tried to put the whole thing in your mouth and you didn't like that.
dude, that's what killed me with that burdock root. Don't put the whole burdock root in your throat.
Just do it.
I found it.
That throat goat.
Windshield guy?
Windshield guy.
Windshield guy.
Oh, dude.
It's so fucking good. I almost want to make it the. It's such Looney Tunes ass shit.
So good.
It's so good.
I love it so much.
I love that. Like, I knew exactly what you were talking about once I like changed my brain to what I was about to bring up. He's like, windshield guy? I'm like, windshield, right? Windshield guy. He had like less than 2 seconds of screen time, but I kind of. This is also just some goofy Looney Tunes shit.
Everything, because after Windshield Guy, then they like look at each other. The Nazis smile.
Yeah, like they're all buddy, all like both tag teaming the steering wheel. It's goofy.
So good.
It's fun.
So good.
But it's fun. It's a fun movie.
Fun.
It's got something for everyone.
Well, I think that this is such an old-fashioned movie.
Yes.
Everything about it is so like old school, like OG Hollywood.
This right here. I guess I just prefer OG Hollywood to modern.
Well, yeah.
Like,
I think because there was still a lot of generation of new character and really trying to like inject things with charm and
everything had you could feel the passion behind it.
Yeah,
so much. Like they
just
really
because like I don't think like the character of Indiana Jones is necessarily all that novel to me. I was pretty familiar with who he was as a character, so it's not even me just like, oh, I'm being introduced for the first time to like this classic iconic character. I already kind of knew who he was, so like that aspect of the novelty wasn't really the reason why I enjoyed watching this. I would say, hang on, this shot right here.
Oh, where they go off the cliff and just like long drawn, dude. Come on!
I didn't even realize they were that high up. But I think one of the things that I would say I probably appreciated or enjoyed the most. Probably the thing that made me enjoy this movie the most was like, despite what I just said about already knowing who Indiana Jones kind of was, but just like the super strongly defined like character archetypes in this movie really, I think, carry a lot of the enjoyment factor for me. You got this like little giggling glasses Nazi dude.
Yeah,
who is like he's kind of good at what he does, but he's also just a bit of a buffoon. But he has like a really strong personality. So does Marion. So does
they've got aura.
Yeah, they got aura. You know,
that Nazi aura.
Nazi aura.
And I don't see as much of that kind of like extremely strong personalities in a lot of other modern movies. You know, like a lot of characters in newer movies seem to have like they're all within like the same sort of band of like
they're trying to make
personality,
them like,
you know,
nuanced in a way, but it makes them feel generic.
Yeah,
where they're like, oh, everyone has to have like multiple personalities, but they just sort of spread them out too thin instead of just being like focus on the core of this person.
Right. So, and in Indiana Jones' case, to a cartoonish degree. Right.
Oh my God, yeah.
Very much.
Like Indiana Jones's like French rival in this movie is basically like a Team Rocket kind of guy who just pops up where he needs to be. He's always stirring shit up, you know. Like
it looks like
he's there when he's needed.
What was once yours is now once again mine.
Yeah, like he's a fucking Swiper from Dora the Explorer. He has to pop up in every episode to do his thing.
Indiana finally get something? Nah, French guy's coming in.
Yeah,
that's so bitch.
And he also he knows the locals. He's always hanging out with the locals.
And again, like I can see someone watching this movie and thinking that those archetypes are like shallow or played out, and I can kind of see them sort of having a point. I can't really articulate why I just kind of enjoy it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what this movie is doing.
I really don't think it's shallow.
That the other movies that I've kind of like I'm thinking about like why was I enjoying that like 10-minute long car chase scene of stealing the Ark back when my eyes were glazing over every time there was an action sequence in Transformers? What's the difference? What's the difference?
There's something, I don't know. This one does not take itself too seriously. Yeah. It's not trying.
They're not trying to make it look badass or anything.
It's not trying to like prove anything.
I think that's just entertaining.
See, Pomo, I'm historically bad at doing that, as the Reds can attest. I almost wanted to start this review by saying, y'all already have a good sense of what my movie tastes are, especially after our Star Trek discussion. What do you think I thought of this?
But okay, but I think you have to give the movie the movie was able to find a way to disarm Jared.
Yes,
I think that
I want to narrow down like
we want to figure out why. Well, let's. I mean,
because it's the same thing for like. And I'll bring up I'll have the fire ready, but I was thinking of that tube scene in fucking Star Trek again.
Which
Why
one?
was I where Scotty's like beamed into the tube and he's like, oh, and I'm like, that scene was so stupid, and then we got into like a 3-hour argument over it.
Because even that's like a little slapsticky.
It is.
Like
it is.
It's like a goofy thing.
And a big part of like this whole car chase scene was meant mostly for spectacle, you know, in the same way that little tube scene was. But I think the difference is that I think I was probably more invested, or I knew the characters more in this sequence. And also it felt like as it was going on, it was still developing the plot. Like he's trying to reclaim this arc, and you know, all of the main characters are kind of at play here. And there's like a sort of like push and pull story going on here. Whereas like that sort of tube scene kind of just feels like a little bit of like a filler moment. It has a little bit of foreshadowing in terms of like, oh, beaming is not all that like accurate. And also this is how they get discovered that they're on the Starship Enterprise again. And that to me, I think the word that I used was like weak. Like I get it, but it didn't resonate. There could have been a stronger way to do that.
Sure.
And I think this is like an example of like, it's got plot relevance. It's developing the plot. It's featuring characters that I care about. Another thing that helps is that there's a lot of practical stunts that were like legitimately impressive to me, and practical stunts, practical effects, all that kind of stuff.
I think that's
understood
part
the
of it.
stakes.
You're actually you were actually in a scene like this. You were able to, even if you stopped and like
grounded,
turned your brain on, if you were to dissect this, you were thinking like, that's actually impressive. Like that guy on the roof of that car is really on the roof of a moving car right now.
Yeah.
These guys on the side actually got like run over by trees, you know.
The only time that I think having my brain on during this scene kind of made me like hiccup a little bit was it's like every time they cut to these guys in the car looking back, I'm like, does seriously nobody in that car have a gun? Like no one?
I was thinking the same.
I think
you're in a fucking army.
What this movie does for me is it reminds me of like what it was like being a kid and watching Tom and Jerry or Scooby-Doo.
It's so cartoonish. Yeah.
So like I'm like, yeah, of course the villains don't have like a way to kill the hero. The hero doesn't die. So
yeah.
And I was thinking like shit, where was I going? I was thinking like even though this movie is insanely Looney Tunes-esque and cartoony, I don't think it would work as well animated. I think the fact that it is live action gives it that kind of charm that makes it a little bit more impressive or more engaging. I'm not sure, because originally I was like, oh, this would make for a great cartoon, and then I'm thinking about it, like, oh, but would it though? Because I think like kind of the appeal of this is like it's like a cartoon in live action. It's kind of impressive what they're doing. I'm still split on that.
This is the type of thing. So I read about this a while ago. I don't know if this is for every like Spielberg type of movie, but Spielberg and Lucas were very influenced by like comics and stuff growing up. And obviously they grew up in like the 50s and 60s with a lot of World War II type like small serialized comics.
Basically propaganda.
Basically like US propaganda, but they always featured, they were like adventure comics, and they always featured the Nazis were pretty like much always there. And there was always some sort of like crazy like discovery, like chasing something down. Like a lot of like the villain tropes and stuff that we know today came from that. This is basically taking like all of what were their Saturday morning cartoons and turning it into like an amalgamation of that in one live action movie.
Yeah.
So it's weirdly like what people are trying to do today, where they're reviving their nostalgia in live action. But this one,
they're not reviving their nostalgia though. They're just kind of like capitalizing on it, you know?
Well, I think
it's a different sort of intention, I feel like.
It is a different intention. They're actually more inspired by the things that they witnessed and grew up with, not trying to recreate things.
Right. They want to make their own version of what inspired them, not just like recreate, not just like grab the IP that inspired them and just be like, now I want to make mine.
That's
they use the powers as a creative foundation, and they build a unique thing on top of it, rather than just trying to literally create a one-for-one copy of what they were growing up with.
And sometimes that unique thing that they put on top of it is melting faces and exploding heads, you know.
Exactly. And
I mean, add a little bit of extra spice to these like childish cartoony antics.
This movie was filmed in 1981.
I
checked the 1981 movies. There were not very. There were a lot of like horror movie, B type horror movie.
Yeah.
This was like a founder. I think this was a founder of this kind of like a genre.
I'm not
like a spectacle and a lot of things happening and like a lot of like a cliche. They made the cliche. You tell them that's a cliche. They made a fucking cliche. In that era.
I think I also read in the trivia that the effects guy for Raiders of the Lost Ark got bombarded by studios and other effects people to ask how he did the face melting effect so that they could replicate it in their movies. Like that was literally like some groundbreaking shit. And I'm not too familiar with a lot of the movies that were made in like this era, but I can only imagine that movies like this and Star Wars and Back to the Future were like paradigm shifts in terms of like movies when they were released. Like I can't imagine the slop that was constantly being released, and then suddenly something like this drops. You're just like, holy fucking shit. It's probably like leagues better than anything else that has been releasing in that era. Again, I don't know the history of a lot of movies, but this seems like something that was like
it's like
way above and beyond what people's expectations for a movie probably were at the time. You know?
God, yeah. Just
isn't this the indie movie where if you take out all the indie scenes, the same things happen? Yes, I believe that was a meme that I had read as well. Just like indie didn't really have any sort of like influence on the story itself.
Yeah, you know,
and that's another thing where it made me sort of think of like, yeah, you might be technically right, but I still don't think that takes away from like the strongest aspects of this movie, which was the characters and their interactions with each other.
Yeah,
I wasn't as concerned about like the development of the story, and even then, like the sequence of events to me, for the most part, made sense in terms of how they unfolded. Not too much felt all that contrived. So I wasn't like taken out of the plot in terms of any sort of like loopholes or whatever. It is interesting that the main protagonist's actions don't necessarily like influence the story. Although I think the one exception probably would be the fact that like Indy was the one who found the arc for the villains. The villains probably wouldn't have found it, or at least they probably wouldn't have found it for a very long time unless he went digging there.
We all watched the movie. The reason why Indy could find it is like there was like a back of the necklace.
Right.
Well, he had the real medallion.
Like, there was like a
that's the one thing that I can think of that he actually contributed.
If Indy wasn't there, they would found it and they would found the arc by itself, and they might close their eyes in the end when they like test the arc.
No,
So
I think all of them
they
probably
would
still
be
I don't think they
all
would have
alive.
closed right
They all
that.
still
I
would
mean,
have
I
died,
already
but
told you like there was a deleted
If
cutscene.
there was a deleted
I found it in the.
Oh, I see.
So
Yeah.
that's why Indy knew he had to close the eye. They would find it. They would be alive. The arc will be delivered to the.
And the Nazis would have won.
Pure. Yeah. So Indy should be there.
Oh yeah, no,
Because-
I'm not.
because
I think it's more of a
know-
meme of people just feeling like, oh
It is a
wow,
meme.
like.
Well, I think that most people will point to the fact that if the second the Nazis opened the thing, they were dead. So
Yeah,
like no matter what the scenario was, like
They would have
the
died
Nazis were gonna
regardless.
die and lose regardless.
Mhm.
But I think if you
Then
actually,
if Indy wasn't there, then if the Nazis took it to that island and it just died, it would just been left there and then no one knew about it. Like
yeah, I think
So
I think he
the fact
definitely
that it
like,
made it back into like the hands of the FBI
is because
and
of
shit is
In
Indiana
the hands of some
Jones.
top men.
top men.
and then we get that
Lungs
awesome
in a
warehouse
museum.
scene. How big is that place?
Oh my!
God.
And
What sort of secrets are in there?
there's something so just like tickling about the idea of the Ark of the Covenant.
This is just a drop of the point. This isn't even the most important thing in here, and we saw how
It's
just like
labeled
crazy
with like
it
a
was.
serial number.
Yeah, and there's just some old man pushing a cart, and he just turns a quarter.
I mean,
and they
what-
just make, like fucking miles of boxes and crates
That
of
is-
all Ark level things. Like what the fuck?
That's such like a kid level like
Yeah.
hype
It's so
wonder
like
moment.
fantastical.
It
It's
really
crazy.
it does it for me every time I see him. Like that's just fucking cool.
I love it.
Another
it was
thing-
such a good idea. It was such a good idea.
Oh,
Another
good.
thing that's pretty hilarious is that Steven Spielberg was like, everything has been played straight in this movie in terms of like realism and stuff like that. And then at the very end, Steven Spielberg was like, nah, I'm making Hebrew religion canon.
Yeah, dude.
Just like open it up,
Go.
and the literal power of God kills the
Yeah, dude.
Nazis. Fucking
I love
awesome.
that within
That'll
the
be
Indiana
magic.
Jones universe, like there is some unexplainable stuff that's
Yeah.
usually sort of like pinned by very like practical
Oh
archaeology.
yeah. No, like that's what makes Indiana Jones like so.
There's
cool.
that little bit of like
There's that
mystery
little bit
involved.
of like, oh, there is some like kind of weird shit out there, but most of
Yeah.
it-
My thing though is
and then you get to
like,
Crystal Skull, and you're like, oh,
fucking. Well, see, then they try to explain everything with aliens.
yeah.
my thing though is, and we've talked about this plenty of times before, is after you are there to witness the opening of the Ark of the Covenant, how do you live a normal life again? How
Oh, you don't. You
Well,
don't.
they do. They go back immediately, obviously for movie purposes, but just like, if I were tied to that post and I survived that, I'd just be like, I need to
What-
fucking go to
nothing-
church tomorrow. Like,
But
Yeah,
Jared,
right.
you
For
didn't
sure.
see anything technically. They had
that's
their eyes
true.
closed.
That's
You guys
true.
are- oh,
They
they
just
don't
they
know
just
what happened.
opened. They just opened
But
up the
you've
Ark.
seen
I closed my
Aftermath.
eyes. Everyone screamed, and then when I opened my eyes again, they were gone. That's all I know.
Just because the Ark of the Covenant killed a bunch of Nazis doesn't mean anything.
And
nothing
the French man.
changed. Oh,
One French
and
guy. But
Which
he's a
French
French
guy.
guy.
hell
He's
of a
basically
capture
Nazi.
here on the movie poster on the right there.
Oh,
Great.
I love it.
great.
I did want
Great
to talk about
choice.
the movie poster. Why he's on there twice. There's the version of
Oh,
him,
This
the
yeah.
Covenant, and the top
shit.
left one.
Oh shit!
And for some
This
reason,
guy-
they
I
put
just love the cheeky grin with the gun of
Yeah.
Tot down to the bottom.
Oh yeah. Like, did he ever hold a gun? I don't remember.
I think
And then you had
once
sword
in
guy.
But he had
in the-
he did had a gun
He had
when
sword
he
guy
was
at the
in
top
a
right.
guy.
Was for like a second. He
Yeah.
was not wearing.
But
was
he is
not wearing
iconic.
Blue. He was
He
not
was
wearing
not
blue
in
at
blue.
all. He was wearing black.
I'm assuming black just wouldn't pop as much since it takes
They
up so
needed-
much
they
of
needed-
his.
I hate it.
The
Although
painter
black's
needed-
popping on
the-
top at the bottom there.
The painter needed some blue in this painting because it was
Yeah.
mostly orange. They needed a little bit of that
You know,
complementary color.
he pops. He pops.
He pops, just like his heart did after Indy shot him. You know, there was one thing that I was surprised about, and this might be due to my limited knowledge of Indiana Jones and getting it secondhand information from my boss.
Uh-huh.
But he was playing the game that we are currently listening to the OST for, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
There's a new-
Great Circle.
Yeah.
There's a new
one.
game, right?
Yeah.
The one that has ray tracing required
Oh my god.
on it.
What?
And
I'm
he
pretty
but
sure
he
that's
was
a
talking
requirement.
about like the combat of the game. He's like, yeah, you have like a whip and stuff and a lot of like fist fighting because Indiana Jones doesn't use guns. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know
he
that
uses
Indiana
guns.
Jones like doesn't like, he uses his whip because he's like wants to be like a non-lethal guy. He doesn't use guns or anything. And then I see in this movie he just like fucking turns
He's
some
pretty
dude's
proud of his
brains to
gun.
jelly as he's lit on fire.
He's pretty proud
Like-
of his gun.
Like he
Yeah.
uses his whip, but not for fighting most of the time.
no, the
No.
whip is just
He
like a
literally pulls out
utility.
his fucking gun any chance he gets.
Right.
No,
his holster is
it's a
front
very-
and center on the poster.
At the very beginning of the movie, when
There's a whole
impression-
fucking.
I don't know
there's a
why
whole
I had the
fucking, like,
impression that he
gun
just
scene
didn't use
in
guns.
in the bar with Marion.
Yes.
Like,
There was one time
that
he
was
used
that
a
was the
whip
moment
as a
when he
weapon.
headshot that dude. I was like,
yeah.
oh, so my boss just doesn't know Indiana Jones. I
Your boss
guess.
does not know
Yeah,
Indiana
correct,
Jones.
correct.
He's
He's
got no
not
idea.
Batman, where he refuses to kill anyone. He
No,
doesn't
he's
give a
very.
fuck.
No.
He will gladly let
don't
a
know.
man get
I
shot
just-
into pieces by a fucking propeller.
Oh my
and not
But
goodness.
even
he
bat
didn't
an
do
eye.
it, so
Historical
his
No, but he
conscience is
smiled
clean.
before it happened. He knew it was gonna happen. He's like, "Yep," and then he ducked.
Well, that's what makes this character so. He's a fucking like college professor.
Dude,
I love
what a
I
goober
love
of a college professor, dude.
I
The
love
little
you.
love
I love
you.
you on your eyelids.
right.
That's
And then
another one
he's
of
all
those things
like-
where like that's another one of those things where like if you think about it too much, it doesn't make sense. Kind of like this is actually a good comparison.
so hot,
kind of
though.
like all of the time travel in Back to the Future.
In
If
Back
you
to
think
the
about it too
Future.
much, it doesn't make sense.
But
But
that's
it's
the
just
thing,
but
you
it's
don't
just
think about
a
it, and it's
funny
okay.
little moment with some personality and some charm to it.
Yes.
There's no way he would have been able to read that chick's eyelids from his like lecture stand,
Love
even if she
you.
was sitting in the front row. But you could see it because it
Right.
was like a macro shot on
Yeah,
her
yeah, yeah.
face.
And
I
the
think
way that no
there's-
one talks about it, it's just a fact that he's just the guy.
And I noticed it like way before like they showed those like eyelids. It's like
You see her over. Yeah.
no, look, there's a lot of women in this class right now.
Yeah,
and they're
right.
all
And
like
they're
kind
and they're
of
all
the
hot.
they're
one was
all
like,
making sponge noises
hands
every
on
single
his
time they
hands.
adjust their seat.
I think there's something to be said that they can just kind of get away with that, and you accept it while you're watching the movie.
Isn't that great? Yeah,
It's great.
I think
Like,
it's very
'cause
impressive.
it's the same with Back to the Future. You don't question the time travel while you're watching because you're
No.
just enjoying the ride.
Oh.
It's because the movies are so fun and there's things happening that are interesting.
Actually,
They're not trying to be too descriptive about
No,
it.
they're
and I think
not.
the more you focus on it, the more you're gonna tell the person watching it to focus on it, and then people are gonna pick shit out.
I'm about to derail this stream a little bit because I recently had a shower thought about Back to the Future.
Really?
As far as like
Was it about the
time
mom and
travel
son
mechanics
makeup
go.
scene?
No, it's more so about the fact.
Guys,
Did
he almost
you
banged his
did you ever
mom.
think about the fact that like, in order for Marty to ensure that he exists in the future,
Mhm.
he not only has to ensure that his parents get together, you know,
Yeah,
and
for the
start dating
dance,
and
right.
stuff.
Sure.
But he also has to make sure that his dad masturbates the exact same number of times that he's ever masturbated in his life before he
That's
met
why I
his
said-
son.
Too much changed.
So he can't distract his dad from jerking off on a certain night. Otherwise, his sperm's not going to make it there.
So you're saying what
Oh
you're saying
my.
is if he's like behind, he has to jerk his dad off to get to the correct amount. Of
He doesn't have to
jerk-off.
jerk him up, but he has to make sure that he comes the exact
Well, he's
same
gotta
amount of
watch at
times as he
least.
did before Marty
And-
was there.
I feel like if you're gonna watch, you might as well participate.
That's
you know?
sure. That's true. That's true. But it can't be no more and it can't be no less. He can't be like he can't be distracting his dad and holding some in the chamber for a
Did
while.
people masturbate in the
He
50s? I
can't
don't
make
know.
him too horny by going after Lorraine. He can't
No,
like,
he was too
oh
busy
man,
writing
I
a story."
can't go to the dance with Lorraine. Better just have a jerk off sesh or whatever. He's got to make sure that he jacks off the exact same amount of times in that period of history. Otherwise, he'll just go poof.
You know, I am curious how often people jerked off in the.
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good
Is
question.
that, is
It was
that a more
different time.
modern thing where we're just like self-satisfying ourselves, or people were just banging each other in the 50s because that's what
I
they
think.
did?
I think.
else
I
do
think
you
they
You
suppose?
were.
saved yourself for marriage, and then you had a kid.
I think they were just banging, man.
They might
Like
have
I don't
just
know.
been banging.
When I read things like Stephen King's It, and the fact that like
Wow.
12, 13-year-old kids were fucking. I mean, I don't think anything was stopping them.
If it's any sort of consolation, Mastiff, you aren't even here for the weirdest stuff that we've talked about on stream already.
That's true.
Not even close. Not even close.
Just don't look at Pomo's search history. You'll be safe.
Yeah. Massive. What's the first YouTube ad you get?
This stream has been a masterpiece of a deep bro. Well, hey, we've actually started talking about the movie
We
a
started
lot
we did
sooner
pretty good.
than we normally do.
Yeah, earlier
Oh,
than
yeah.
the last week.
Remember, a corn dog is a beef Wellington in a different tax bracket until we meet again. Bye, Dapper Demon. I'm assuming you're gonna just drop some trivia on us and then peace.
I also disagree with that statement.
Oh,
a
Jesus.
corn dog is a beef Wellington in a different tax bracket. That's just not real.
I don't think that's true at all.
What is a beef Wellington? You had it recently, right, Steven?
I did. Meat wrapped in bread. Oh my god.
Wait, what is the meat?
What?
All right, so beef Wellington is I don't remember.
Isn't it like a blended meat though?
No, it's like a it's not like a steak, but it's a cut of meat.
Like a roast?
Oh, it's a cut. Okay.
It's not a roast. I forget.
What's the texture like in the meat? Is it something where you like have like strings to it, or
No,
is
it's
it
like
fairly
a
more
steak, like
more steak-like?
I would say, yeah. It's like I
wonder if it is like a sirloin.
Every time
I don't know what the cut is, but it's just like a solid. It's not like ground.
Was it soft or was it chewy?
It was soft.
Okay.
Like fatty? Was it really fatty?
No, it was just tender. Like there wasn't like a ton of fat in it.
Hold on, I need to know this now.
But then it's just like wrapped in
Hang on. I saw
like
this.
mushrooms, like some sort of like mushroom.
I saw
thing,
this recently.
and then it's wrapped in a
Gordon's
pastry.
reaction to our beef Wellington.
Oh, it's a tenderloin.
Yeah, tenderloin.
Nick and Bayashi. Okay, the Spice Boys.
See, like this part, cool. I'm all about.
You sear it, you put butter on it, then you make the mushroom duxelle or whatever the fuck they call it.
I have a problem with that part.
It's like wine reduced mushrooms. And then prosciutto. There wasn't any prosciutto on.
There is a meat inside the meat.
Yeah, meat on meat. And then it's just like a pastry.
35 minutes. What do you mean?
Let's fry.
What? Fry? Hold on a minute. No. Turn my Wellington into a freaking croquette. Oh, come on.
Croquette?
Seriously? Right. No, Nick, I'm going to call you right now. Seriously. That's not good enough. You should know better.
Fucking YouTubers.
I'm taking your MasterChef crown away from you.
But
Answer it, you
it was
donut!
pretty good, I'll say that much. I did have the fried version, like that one. That one actually looked kind of good. But
see, like
because
like
apparently Gordon Ramsay wouldn't serve you a fried beef Wellington if you had
but
it at his
I'll
restaurant.
also say that I ordered the beef Wellington at a like Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
Right.
Not that it was like not that it was a place.
Every time I change tabs, this is still fucking open.
It's just all
Yeah.
Dapper Demon, what do you think about the Gardevoir plush?
Ooh.
Any opinions?
But I'll also say, while the beef Wellington was really good, it wasn't like life-changing good.
Sure.
It was like $150. I don't know if I would have. I don't know if I would. I think I'd rather just have a steak, honestly, over a beef Wellington. Just like a really good steak.
That's what I kind of figured.
The beef Wellington was a good, like, I've never had it before, so it was a good experience.
Yeah.
And like the sauce that they had with it was like some sort of like red wine reduction that they had.
Mm-hmm.
That was delicious. And then I had some like some potatoes with it that were really good.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is,
Would I have
steak or
preferred
beef
like a large,
Thank you for the ball.
really well cooked steak, like a nice medium rare steak? Probably. I probably would have devoured that more. But I think it was worth trying.
Oh yeah.
Well, now you know. Now you know what it is.
Now I know.
I'm already derailed on Gordon Ramsay stuff, so I have to bring this.
Here we go.
Up.
It's
crispy pancake.
Oh.
I love this.
One whole egg, milk. Hold the jug with one hand. The secret is to get that really nice smooth paste. But
the edited shots are good.
So good.
The way he's got like the bounciness of
yeah.
The
lighting even in the room.
For me is to have a nice thin teaspoon. That helps to bring a nice crispy edge
my
to the
goodness.
mixture. Now, just taste.
Dude,
look at that. I love that.
I love that.
The larger the pan, the better.
Love that.
It helps to create a nice, thin, even surface. I want that.
I want
That's
that.
what I'm looking for. In there. Nice.
Tosser.
Now, for the exciting part, a little shake. That releases it. You just shake it to the end.
Fucking with a couple actual chips in
Now, that's exactly what I want. That nice sort of colour. So important. And that for me is pancakes.
Ew.
Fucking lemon squeeze at the end.
Damn. I love that.
In the cavity.
Oh Jesus Christ.
There's a grilled cheese one. Dapper Demon. I'm gonna disagree. Medium rare for almost every cut.
medium rare for a filet mignon. I feel like ribeye is one you want slightly more well done.
This is actual
It's just, it's so, yeah, exactly.
Well, if anybody hasn't seen how to cook scrambled eggs Gordon Ramsay style, you're missing out on life. I refuse to cook scrambled eggs any other way.
I just don't cook scrambled eggs anymore just because it's too inconvenient. So
and expensive. Check the dislike ratio. Holy shit!
Well, I still eat.
Wait, what's going on here?
Like,
what's going on with this?
You just fry your eggs up.
I just fry eggs at this point.
Why do people not like his grilled cheese?
Have you not seen this?
Oh, is it? I've not seen this. Oh.
Oh, start this over. Start this from the beginning.
Oh, start from the beginning. Okay.
This is the worst grilled cheese. I would dare even call it a fucking grilled cheese.
Oh,
I would not. I would hate this. This is the only thing I've ever seen Gordon Ramsay cook that I would actually adamantly deny.
Well, is it like too French, like he doesn't get it, kind of a thing?
I
Like
think he just doesn't fucking understand
what a grilled cheese
is. A grilled cheese, especially when you have these incredible cheeses.
I don't think you're supposed to escalate, or what do you call it? Like elevate a grilled cheese.
Yeah.
To do the ultimate.
I'm fine with like a cheddar or even just classic American's fine. I think for a grilled cheese.
You need
I like cheese, but for a grilled cheese, I don't need whatever the fuck he's doing.
The rind easily.
You need to, the cheese needs to melt. It's not just a hot cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be melty.
I mean,
so you don't choose like really hard cheeses for that.
The Asiago again down.
Asiago? That's too hard of a cheese. That's like using a brick of Parmesan.
That's a thick ass slice.
Wait, this is what's on the Terminator sandwich.
Oh, Asiago cheese?
Oh, it's just fucking blocks of Asiago.
Jesus Christ!
Wow. See, that's too hard of a cheese.
Cut it in half, but that's still not enough.
Bricks of cheese.
Is that an entire bowl of butter? What is that on the side there?
The thing about a great grilled cheese is to make sure the bread is not too thin.
I agree with him on the bread.
Sure.
What kind of bread is this?
I don't know. He's just saying make sure it's not too thin.
Locally.
Yeah, I agree.
Baked country bread.
I mean, this is the kind of bread that I'll just like take a slice of and just eat it.
Yeah, just good ass bread.
I don't have any complaints about the bread.
That's fine. Bread's cool.
You'll see why, especially.
You just always have to have sliced bread. You can't have like a bun
This is the thing where I started doubting Gordon Ramsay's like.
Can we just? We're gonna keep watching this, but can we just pause and appreciate the fact that we are going down a Gordon Ramsay rabbit hole because of one message from Dapper Demon 91.
Damn it,
talking
Dapper
about
Demon.
Beef Wellington.
Well,
They've unlocked how to like successfully derail us.
Don't bring up food.
You just have to choose. There's random trigger words
Food will do it.
We're too easy. We're too predictable.
I know we are. That's okay.
And from there.
Okay, so he's.
So he buttered the outside. That's fine.
Yep, that's what you do.
And sort of almost tailor make it in a way that it becomes somewhat almost fitted.
This seems like even for a grilled cheese, this seems like a lot of cheese.
Wait, okay, now hold on. What's he putting on here?
Kimchi.
What? What?
Hang on.
Oh, dude. Oh, my friend.
Hang on now.
Oh, you.
Okay,
you fucking.
This is like some experimental chef shit. This is like peanut butter on squid shit.
I don't think. I think he's.
It's not experimental. It's a good thing. Everything is good with kimchi.
I think it's not a grilled cheese anymore.
I eat a pizza with kimchi.
His other mistake is
a hamburger with kimchi.
Okay.
Okay, what's he gonna do here?
He cooks on a fucking fire.
What the fuck?
It's not really grilled, huh?
Because that pan is fucking hot right now.
Yeah, it is.
Just lightly. Starting to
It is a melt.
It's a melt now. It's a melt.
This is
nice.
Well, let's see if it's even a melt.
This
I have a
is
feeling
just
that cheese is not
pretentious
gonna
food
melt.
at this point.
That cheese ain't gonna
It
melt.
didn't look like it was melted when he flipped it.
No, when he did that flip earlier, I saw bricks of cheese.
You're not really like. I'm all for like thick bread, like grilled cheeses and stuff, but it feels like it's gonna take a long time for the heat to go up from the bread and melt that cheese before it burns that bread.
It's already
he's already burning it.
It should already be melted.
Yeah, he's burning the bread. Look at how uneven shit.
And then he's like, oh, I'll push it down a little bit.
Oh no.
Nice and crispy.
nice and crispy. That's like his goal apparently.
I feel like I'm gonna cut my gums taking a bite out of this.
It looks very dangerous. There's Captain Crunch levels of the roof of your mouth danger.
Your spatula on top.
Also,
keep snatching the shit out of your grilled cheese.
Bit of a nitpick. It seems a little risky to have a stack of books next to an open fireplace. I don't know.
look at the like black from the fire and flames like licking up around the edge. So it's obviously not fully contained in this fireplace.
Your spatula on top and push down.
Okay.
And that helps to get the cheese nicely melted.
Is it?
Well, let's see if
show me how that cheese.
Let's see if the cheese is melted.
Kimchi.
I forgot he had kimchi.
Especially that pepperberry.
Animal.
How did he bring the kimchi? It's like one of the European countries. How does he fucking have a kimchi there?
Grilled cheese.
I wouldn't say it's
Let's see if the cheese is melted.
He still has to hold it with two hands. Ain't no way! Ain't no way!
Fucking melted.
Beautiful. The cheese is melted.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see that cross section. I want to see it.
Fucking Wonder Bread and a craft single over this and
just destroy this.
Oh, you know what? The sesame seeds are kind of a deal breaker. Oh my god!
Look at that.
You didn't cook anything but the bread in that pan.
Did you just say goodness me?
Oh my god.
Wait, is he impressed by it?
Oh, he's over the moon.
You should not have to bite through your grilled cheese like that.
Raw cheese.
Oh my god.
That's awful.
That's incredible.
Really, really bad.
That pepperberry.
Wow.
Spicy.
Yeah, this is definitely the grilled cheese for someone who thinks he's too good for like traditional grilled cheese.
Right. And that's where I just like all faith in Gordon Ramsay. He's just a fucking poser.
I enjoyed most of the other stuff that he's done.
I don't know, he's just opened my world.
I think for this one, he's a bit too far up his own ass.
I can't trust him.
Well, I want to actually like. Did he like say something about like he knows this was a fuck up, or does he? Would he stand by this? Would he stand by this grilled cheese?
I think so. It seems like it. Yeah.
I'm almost saying that he has like admitted it was bad.
Gordon, as soon as he realizes he messed up, beautiful. If someone served this to him, he would literally end their career.
Oh my god, yeah, he's one of those fucking narcissistic assholes who is gonna be a complete dick to people who make this, but then anytime he makes this garbage, he loves it.
Beautiful.
This video made me hate Gordon Ramsay.
Oh my god.
Well, Steven and grilled cheese have a long history. Steven is he's very heated about grilled cheese.
And you know what? I'm all for using different types of cheese. You don't have to use American cheese. That's fine. But use a cheese that fucking melts.
People making fun of Gordon for this simply do not understand how amazing of a chef he is. It must take so much skill and experience to burn a sandwich without even melting the cheese inside of it. Truly impressive.
Truly impressive.
Good lord. Gordon grilled cheese implies the cheese actually fucking melted. This would be an excellent like April Fool's joke though, where he just plays it perfectly straight and makes like garbage. No, this was August.
Unfortunately, that's real.
Jesus Christ! But his scrambled eggs though are still so.
That Gordon did not eat.
There's also a video of like the guy who trained Gordon Ramsay, like sort of bashing his eggs,
making fun of his eggs.
Oh, but I like.
I thought that was a jokey thing between the two of them though. Because his boss is like only a moron.
That grilled cheese was eye-opening though.
I had never seen that. That's unfortunate, but I get it, and I also know why Steven would be upset because that boy loves his grilled cheese.
I love me some grilled cheese.
That is.
I think Steven will fight you harder.
Cheese with kimchi?
Well, hold on.
Well, all right. It's a melt at that point.
It's a kimchi melt. No,
I don't necessarily have a problem with the kimchi, but I don't think if you're gonna put kimchi on it, I feel like you want different cheese. I feel like cheese doesn't really go well together, anyways. But I can look past that. The biggest sin that
the fact
he committed
that cheese doesn't melt
was choosing the hardest fucking cheese.
Asiago.
Asiago.
I don't know what was the other one? What was his other cheese?
It was pepperberry.
Oh yeah, these are not. Those are like cheeses that you put on crackers.
Yeah, that's like charcuterie board
They're
cheese.
extremely
really
sharp
good cheeses on their own. not meant to be put on a sandwich.
There has to be some limitation.
You need to understand the basis of the fucking dish if you're gonna make it.
Not everything is anything. You have to have.
You don't need to elevate it unnecessarily because that just makes it a completely different thing and bad.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll be back.
Oh yeah, this happened yesterday, but I guess it's a good time to bring it up now, considering that Dapper Demon 91 is our 601st follower.
We hit 600.
We hit 600 followers. We're 8 months ahead of schedule, boys.
We are cooking.
Let's fucking go.
We're getting this.
One of these days, we'll actually like appropriately celebrate a milestone.
Yeah.
Nah.
Maybe once we hit the fabled 4 digits, the 1,000.
4 digits.
You'd imagine.
Yeah. 4 more years.
One more high school. We'll get there.
In one high school, we'll
get it.
An entire high school away.
I think we just need Jared to finally like sell out so we can get these get those counts up.
Yep.
I mean, we can pull out Minecraft again.
I do miss our Minecraft days. Those were fun. We got really into it.
We can go back. We can start listening to that playlist all over again.
I'm nostalgic for that playlist.
With the bird.
Honestly, yeah. The whole club was looking at her.
Apple bottom jeans.
Boots with the fur. The whole club.
What was that other one? It was I think it was Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh fuck, I forget which one it was. Now,
there's a few of them. Just trying to find the list. There was like a 300 playlist.
Well, while we're waiting,
wasn't it in the 100?
Yes, it was. I mean, it starts with the OG, obviously.
Yes.
Classic.
And then the next one. An all-timer. Just an all-timer.
Apple bottom jeans. Boots with the fur.
I hope Jerry comes back to this.
Was looking at her. Fuck. Shawty got her. Baggy sweatpants. Reeboks with the strap. Turn around and give that big booty smack. And I thought to myself, Shawty got love. I ain't never seen nothing that'll make me go this crazy all night, spending my dough. And I thought to myself, what a wonderful world.
It's just some guy in his apartment making himself laugh.
Had $1 million fight and a bottle to go. Them birthday cakes. And I thought to myself, them birthday cakes got low. Birthday cakes. What the fuck? This next part is filler. I don't know the words. I'm Louis Armstrong. I've been dead for
30. The complete abandonment of the lyric.
Oh yeah.
I'll put this one on while I'm still looking.
Shawty had apple bottom jeans. Boots with the whole club was looking at her.
Oh, here it is. Red Hot Chili Peppers, apple bottom jeans.
Okay.
California.
Oh my goodness.
California.
Apple, bottom jeans. The boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor, shawty got low, 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 low. Baggy pants and the Reeboks with the straps. She turned around and gave a big booty a smack. She hit the floor and the next thing you know, shawty got low, 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 low.
There it is. Low. Wait. Nope, one more.
I ain't never seen nothing that'll make me go crazy.
Here's your reminder that Flea is in Back to the Future.
Yes.
Had $1 million vibe in a bottle to go. Shawty got low, 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 low.
California.
California.
I think during our Minecraft streams, some of these legitimately got flagged.
Oh, really?
I think so.
You guys are too close to the sound of the original?
Yes, yeah.
The whole club was looking at She hit the floor, she got low.
California.
Anyway, yeah. So I think we disagree that beef Wellington is corn dog in a different tax bracket.
Yeah, we do. I disagree with that.
I think that's the lesson.
That
here.
is the where we ended that discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for your comment.
If you're still here.
They're not.
No, they gave up on that a long time ago.
What the fuck?
What?
What up,
Ninja? Okay.
Let's hear it out.
55 months, sweet people. Even when Jarrett has a baby, I will be Auntie Ninja. Just saying. Yeah, I have baby fever.
Watch out, watch out, Diesel. Watch out.
The baby fever.
You're in danger zone.
If she holds on,
baby danger.
Stay strong.
Live strong.
55 months. That's a long fucking time.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
That's wild.
How many babies is that?
Let's see. 55 divided by 9 is 6.1 babies.
Well, that's assuming you could have a baby directly after. Like, there's got to be some sort of like grace
refractory period.
Why not?
Yeah,
for pushing out a baby.
A pregnancy recharge state.
Exactly. What's the cooldown?
A reload speed.
You literally have the animation play.
Ovaries reloaded.
6 babies.
I swear to God, if you're no.
The heck did he make?
I'll see it.
I know you'll see it. I don't think I want to put this on. I don't think I want to put this on stream.
No, absolutely not. Jesus Christ!
What the hell, dude? No, ew.
The fact that you went back to find
you went back to that video.
Well, you had to finish the video.
Oh.
Well, obviously.
Oh.
The video wasn't over yet.
That's upsetting because I don't like that I know what that original image was. That's pretty upsetting.
Oh.
Something tells me you went back to more than the thumbnail. Never clicking on that hell
the
again.
The fact that you're able to find it so easily is concerning to me.
Good lord. Good lord.
And if anyone wasn't here earlier, just know that Pomo is just some sort of salacious pervert.
He likes watching naked yoga on YouTube.
He's what you call a YouTube deviant.
Yeah, he's kind of a weirdo.
And I thought my homepage for YouTube was degenerate.
Oh,
imagine what his looks like.
Just imagine.
Yikes. That's a big yikes.
Speaking of, I just opened up my front page, and I'm just gonna click on this video right now because the thumbnail is excellent.
Oh boy.
Hang on, I'll just.
Is it naked yoga?
No.
Hope so.
Oh wait, hang on. I can open this in a new tab.
Man, I hope it's naked yoga.
Thumbnail.
Fingers crossed. What?
Carl
What is
Weezer
this?
slow dancing in the dark.
I love all the Carl Weezers.
I've been plagued by watching a few too many apple bottom jeans videos, I guess.
And now you get these AI.
What the hell?
Hi, Jerry. Welcome back.
What happened to you?
What the fuck are you watching?
This is what happens when you leave, Jerry.
Yeah, we derailed
I'm
so
sorry
fast.
we derailed just now. I'm sorry we derailed to beep random because I was not there.
We were so on target.
I don't think this is AI. This sounds like someone singing.
Someone singing it.
Hey Ninja, oh it's been a while. Ninja is here. Oh my god.
What is the suggestion of the visual for this music?
I don't know. I mean, it's always been implied that Carl Weezer has a crush on Jimmy's mom. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I
Who
think
wouldn't,
so.
honestly?
Hang on. Carl Weezer.
Damn that note.
When you gotta run.
Yeah, we got Carl Weezer's greatest moment ever.
Huh?
Oh, Judy. Well, you came and you baked me some cookies. Well, what we have is beautiful and you can't destroy it.
Alrighty then.
He also had a thing with like I feel like it was in the movie Jimmy's
Will
mom.
you be my Valentine?
Oh, Carl, this is so sweet.
Thanks. I
Oh.
sprayed it with my dad's cologne. It's called Bunyan Bee Gum.
She's beautiful and gorgeous.
Yeah, she's almost as pretty as your mother.
Oh.
What?
Hi, Mrs. Neutron.
No.
Hang
No,
out with your
no,
mother.
no.
God.
No, Carl, no.
What the? What? What just have I seen?
Oh yeah, the jar scene. Hi, Mrs. Neutron, but it's 4K.
Hi, Mrs. Neutron.
Whoa.
What?
No.
Oh.
No, 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 no.
Yes.
But also yes.
Speaking of yes.
Right there.
Yes, so Raiders of the Lost Ark.
How about that Indrana Jones, eh?
How about that?
Indrana.
Indrana Jones.
You better not be sending me breastfeeding links.
This week for my science
Oh
project.
yeah, we got the. Oh, I've seen stuff like that. No, thank you.
Pass.
Pass. But yeah, so we had Doc Ock in this movie. That was
Oh
neat.
yeah.
I thought he was going to have more of a role.
No.
He did not.
He died
because
Did you remember the name Alfred
I
Molina?
remembered Alfred Molina. Yeah.
I'm actually impressed by that.
Steel Trap, as long as their name isn't Chris. But yeah, so that fucking brutal ass death. I also like another aspect of like the cartoony nature of this movie is just how like close Indiana cuts it in a lot of different things. Like when he's testing that trap out on the introduction and a poison dart just like right at his face, but he's like totally unfazed.
No,
but
he
it's like
caught it with the thing.
right.
pretty risky.
But it's like one inch to the left or right, and he was smoked, sort of thing. There's a lot of moments like that are just like super cartoonish in nature, with just like
classic door closing slowly, and he's like trying to climb up, and it would have been closed like
oh my god, yeah.
Over by then.
I swear when they cut away from it, it opened up.
It was
more.
already like it was open even more. I love that. It's just so goofy.
But you come to accept like
it's a
like
good tone center of an opener.
Marion in the basket when Indy's trying to find her, and then
I was literally thinking as I'm watching, it's like, there's some Scooby-Doo ass shit right
literal
here.
Scooby-Doo. When they're running through like the small vantage points of the alleyways from like a unknown direction, and then he finally reaches out into like the common area, and they're all wearing the same thing and holding. I mean, come on.
Another really goofy moment. Okay, so according to IMDb trivia, there are 2 scenes in this movie that Steven Spielberg describes as like his favorite scenes in the whole movie. One of the scenes is the "It doesn't hurt here" scene, that whole sequence.
Okay.
Can you guess what his other favorite scene is? Here's a hint. It's just like one shot. It's one quick shot.
One quick shot.
Yeah. And it's not windshield guy.
It's not windshield guy.
Well, I have no idea.
Damn.
Like one of my favorite scenes was like Indy was trying to like climb the airplane, and there was like a lift guy just following him. Indy was like, "Oh no, I don't want to do this anymore." But what do I have choice? I guess I will. Yeah, come on. It was like a hilarious scene. I like.
Good personality there.
Was it
no, one of his favorite shots in the movie was the little monkey throwing a Sig Heil.
No way.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Apparently they took like 50 takes of that trying to like feed it like grapes off camera until it finally looked like it did like a convincing Sig Heil.
That's
no freaking way.
He fucking loves that shot.
That's funny. I mean, the Nazi monkey is hilarious.
Yeah.
Nazi monkey got there.
I did not see that coming.
That was no fucking way. That's so
more hilarious thing is like Indy and Mariam just believed him. Oh, he's cute. I love him. I want to keep him. But he's just, the monkey was like behind it, like a scheme, little bit of a scheme.
Yeah.
Also,
like
fun fact:
they actually killed that monkey.
That monkey was dubbed over. Those weren't its actual sounds. And it was dubbed by the guy who eventually went on to voice Abu from Aladdin.
No way.
No way. Same monkey guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, he does good work.
He does. God bless.
He knows the sounds.
Absolutely.
Imagine just being known as just the monkey sound guy.
Yeah, you're the go-to guy for monkey sound.
You never get any
get
speaking roles, but you just make some monkey screeching.
Yeah, you just kill your throat for every single role that you're in.
Yeah.
I saw
That's great.
a YouTube short, but the guy who's the voice of Goofy apparently had one small voice line in Beauty and the Beast.
Oh.
And it is when Gaston is singing and he like in his, every day I eat 10 dozen eggs or whatever.
Yeah.
When he eats the eggs, he goes gulp, gulp, gulp. That's the voice actor of Goofy.
That's Goofy.
Holy shit.
If you pull it up, you'll hear that it's like a different voice, and he only does the gulp sounds. Apparently, and that was from that voice actor saying this in an interview. But I thought that was kind of incredible.
Looking so lick as Gaston, no one's quick as Gaston.
What a great song too. Was the eggs. Oh, here it is. Damn, those are supposed to be. Alright, here we go. Let's listen.
I ate 4 dozen eggs every morning to help me get large. And now that I eat 4 dozen eggs,
No one. What a great song.
That's
I feel like some of the best songs in like the early Disney movies were the villain songs.
Oh yeah, 100%.
For sure.
So good.
They just knew how to write them back then.
Yeah, back when they were actual like pieces of shit with flawed personalities.
Suck it, Lin-Manuel Miranda.
I'm taken back to the only like recent version of that I've seen, I think, was like Lil Jack Horner in the Puss in Boots movie. The one that was voiced by John Mulaney.
Yeah.
Where he was literally just an evil piece of shit because he thought it was fun.
Yeah.
And he was an entertaining character because of it.
I mean, I love Jack Horner in that movie.
That was great. Yeah, it was a good movie.
Surprisingly good.
Shockingly good for a sequel to a spin-off series of Shrek.
Exactly.
Way better than it had to be.
No, way better than it ever deserved to be. And then now they're making Shrek 5, and it's nowhere near as good as that.
And I'm reminded of my least favorite part of that Puss in Boots movie was the very end where they pan over to Far, Far Away to imply that this took place in the same canon as Shrek. I'm like, no, you didn't have to do that.
It didn't need to do that. It did not need to do that.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll appear in Shrek 5, and he'll also be bastardized.
Maybe.
Isn't that fun when you hear about the latest entry into one of your favorite IP and your immediate response is "oh no" instead of excitement?
Oh,
I know that should sort of tell them something.
It
but
used
they
to be
don't
not like that.
I can't think of any sort of like sequel to a movie or something or a TV show that I would be like excited if they announced a new addition to it, because I just know the state of like just writing in TV and movies these days. It's like, oh no, I know that the people working on it aren't going to have the chops for this though.
Ruin it.
But you also know, like, if you were familiar with the content, you would know whether or not it invited a sequel.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be a surprise to you that more was coming. If you are surprised that they are making new content,
that's not a good thing.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, like imagine they announced like season 7 of Breaking Bad.
Right.
No.
Dude.
No.
I mean, that's what
one of the famously
Camino,
best ended series ever.
Dude, do you guys know anything about
That's
The
fine.
Mentalist? The soap opera drama.
The Mentalist?
I
Was
haven't
that
seen it.
was that like a widely acclaimed show? I know what The Mentalist is, but I thought it was kind of just like I don't remember people watching it.
It's like a TV drama.
I know.
So the whole plot was like this guy who kind of like
I know what the concept is. Yeah.
But through season 1 to 4, it has a grand finale. He's got his revenge. Everything is done. But Pan wanted to make it happen like we want season 5. We want season 6. Well,
you don't know what you want.
It's like a Breaking Bad season 7.
Why did they cancel The Mentalist due to low
Everything has
viewership?
been beautifully done. Now they just want a season 5, so everything goes
That's the problem.
After that.
That's the problem when a show does well and like the original creators are like, well, we have a set end to it, but then everyone else is like, nah, you gotta keep it going.
I had this thought last night. It was a little intrusive thought. I'm so worried about Severance, man.
And what's gonna happen?
The more I think about it, the more I get worried about it. You know, I'm sure season 3 will probably be pretty good, but like, I'm getting vibes that it's gonna keep going for as long as it's popular, and I don't want that. You know,
I agree, and it's also going to, the further it lives on, the more the Ben Stiller's gonna have to ask, what do people like about this?
Yep.
And if you ask that question, you will get horrible answers. And if you commit to that populist opinion about why Severance is good,
your responsibility as an entertainer or somebody who makes entertainment for other people is to essentially, it sounds elitist, but it's to know better than the popular. You should know what they would want rather than like trying to conform your piece of work to like appeal to them, if that makes sense. Like, how do I explain this? This is a thought that I've always had, but I've never really like sort of articulated it. I feel like a show like Severance wouldn't have been birthed or brought into existence if somebody didn't think it was a good idea in their head to try and make. It's not something that's ever kind of like been made before. It's not something that anyone's ever asked for, but now it's one of the most like popular shows that people were watching when it was airing, because that guy, that creator, knew better than what people have been given in the past in terms of like TV and movies and stuff. he had a better understanding of what makes something entertaining and knows what somebody would want before they even ask for it or want it. If you start like doing the opposite of that and just started like looking at the audience and what they're talking about and what they kind of like, to be like, okay, yeah, this is what people are asking for, so let's make that. I don't think it's going to turn out great, you know?
Well, no, you shouldn't let your audience create your movies
because
or your
they're not creators. They're consumers of the product. Like, your responsibility is to make the stuff that they enjoy. Their responsibility is to enjoy it. Those are two different things that require different skill sets.
Well, we gotta keep it going, I guess.
So, yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for Severance, man.
I probably share that same little bit of fear just from hearing my coworkers talk about it and how many people fucking bring up Severance now.
Yeah.
And I know that's such a elitist thing.
I know.
I don't like being that way.
To me, it's kind of the same feeling that I get. Like, it was recently announced that Discord is planning to go public, and they hired an Activision CFO as their CEO. I get the same sort of reaction when I hear that a company goes public and starts having shareholders and things. My immediate reaction is like, all right, well, this is gonna start turning to shit.
Pretty much.
So when I see something explode in popularity like that and like its early stages, I'm just like, oh, okay, well, it's gonna be a matter of time before this starts to go to shit.
Going back to TeamSpeak.
Yeah, TeamSpeak. No, let's go back to Curse.
Oh God, or Skype. Remember we used Skype?
Skype is dead though, apparently, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's been dead for a while.
We used to use Skype to talk like for games and stuff.
Yeah,
that was stupid.
I used to.
Bad.
Good morning, Grizz. Yeah, Discord is going public, which means it's only a matter of time before it starts turning shitty. That's kind of my theory with every single like popular piece of tech, no matter how big and popular it is. Eventually it'll start turning to shit because it'll go public, and then they will start putting the priorities of their shareholders over the priorities of the users.
I just don't understand why shareholders are so fucking stupid.
They don't care. Well,
They're stupid.
They're okay. So they're stupid, but they get money for being stupid is the thing, which is why they keep doing it. So like they don't care about the products that they own or that they're invested in. They only care about what direction that line is going over that, like the graph that has that product's like name on it. So they just want to see like an exponential curve, and as long as it's going up, even if like the product fucking just tanks and starts crashing out and eventually goes under, they probably already got their payday and they're moving on happy and fine. They don't care about the actual state of the product. They care about how much money they make off of their investment. So they make choices that are stupid for the users.
Get rid of money. It ruins everything.
I would love that. But they're from their perspective, they're very successful, which is why they keep doing these things.
We've seen in the history, Blizzard, Ubisoft, Samsung is going down because they are more capitalist than the professional developer.
It's gonna be a fucking apocalypse. It might be far-fetched, but it would be a fucking apocalypse if Valve ever went public or was bought out.
Oh
damn!
You know, imagine how shit Steam would turn.
They would just start charging you to play online.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Boom, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
it's like Sony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bye everyone's Steam library. All it takes is to go public like that. Once those priorities shift, it's all gonna go downhill. I'm honestly, I don't know what Discord's gonna look like in 5, 6, 7 years, but it's very possible that after their IPO that we won't even be using it anymore, which is such a wild thing to think about right now.
Because Discord is such a fucking powerhouse.
It's ubiquitous right now.
It's hard to imagine not having it.
If you're playing games, you're on Discord, basically.
And this is what physical media man is. Preach, Diesel. Discord. Preach. Yeah, imagine trying to onboard your family to a different teen chat app.
It was hard enough to get them on Discord.
I know.
It took long enough.
I get the feeling this entire shareholder concept isn't conducive to progress. You are correct. It's it's literally there. Like it's almost like a coincidence that decent products come out of it because their main priority is to obtain more money.
Yeah. It's just stock. It's just share price.
The only reason that good products exist is that shareholders begrudgingly accept the fact that their unfortunately necessary to make money sometimes. But as long as they can get away with doing the absolute bare minimum of what defines like a good product, sometimes a good product is a tolerable product, one that people have a lot of problems with, but they'll still use begrudgingly. As it doesn't make any difference to them if people love the product or if they just tolerate it. As long as they use it, they're the same person. So, and if we want to extrapolate this a little bit for people who really love the Lilo and Stitch remake versus people who just tolerate its existence and watch it anyway because what else am I gonna watch? You're the same in their eyes.
You made this happen. You're just a fucking number tick that goes up.
Yeah, feel free
you
to
want to be
enjoy.
just a fucking statistic. You don't want to have your own brain, make your own decisions.
So as long as you continue to support these mediocre products, regardless of your enthusiasm for them, they will continue to make them because it makes them money.
But it's worth it.
Sometimes that's easier to do than others. It's really easy to not watch a movie. It's a lot harder to not use something like Discord. But still, like.
But I think if Discord
a good product is a tolerable product in the eyes of the shareholders, Grizz, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Big question. Do you mind if I quote you on my master's thesis research? It's still, I mean, sure. Yeah, that's no problem. I don't think I'm a very credible source, but if you'd like to,
cite that source
if you'd like to, you can.
I would love to see Jared in like a scholastic paper.
in the works cited, it just goes to twitch.tv/Koslowski, and then it pulls up like the top clips of all time, and it's just a clip of me saying the glitch from Wreck-It Ralph.
This is my source.
We need to prioritize getting those views up. On that one, I think.
Yeah, can we work on that?
That one and Jerry's armpit rant are some of my top favorite moments of the year right now.
Armpit rant. Oh my goodness.
And moist.
Tender was the word he used.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry.
When you play with it. Those were his words. I've watched that clip several times and I love it. No, well, I get where you're coming from, Jerry, but hearing it like articulated like that, just off the cuff, was some of the most hilarious shit.
Well, just uninterrupted.
Like very soft. Oh no, no.
Well, glad to help, Grizz. I hear you holding your tongue over there, Jerry. Oh my god.
All right, I gotta go pee real quick.
Go pee. I guess I'll go refill my drink. Break time. Entertain the chat, Andrew and Jerry.
Jerry, you got any other opinions about armpits?
God damn! I was gonna talk about it, but I probably shouldn't.
You actually have more to say.
I know you guys are gonna make it weird.
No, we're not gonna make it weird. You
already made it weird.
No, I just want you to have the room to talk about it and not feel ashamed. This is a safe space, you know. You just have to know that, like,
this is a safe place in public and will be recorded for a lifetime.
Oh, okay.
How can this be a safe place?
It's a safe meaning I will not stop you from anything you want to say.
Oh, so I have a free of speech. That's
yes,
kind of safe.
you are safe to say anything you want.
Okay, so here's the thing. So it's like girls naturally when we are having a relationship.
What is
I
that?
like to touch when we are having a relationship. I like to touch their belly because it's very soft.
No, agreed.
When I cannot touch their boobs. I like to touch their belly, but they hate it because they want to hide their like a fat belly. Even when they are not fat, they think that that's fat.
They're very self-conscious about it, and so sometimes when you play with things on a girl that she's self-conscious about, even though you really like it, she gets nervous.
It's not even fat, but they think this fat because every girl think they are fat, even they are thin. So, it's like I have to derail their attention.
Okay, so you are
play with their belly. So when I touch,
whoa.
Oh my god, no!
Wait, all I heard was
I'm going into the fucking core of the earth.
I
don't want you. No.
To play with their bellies. What did I walk into here?
No, Jerry is making very valid points right now. He's trying he's explaining why the armpit has become a playful destination for his fingers.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Because sometimes girls are very self-conscious about their bellies, and even though Jerry wants they all think they're fat. You know, some of them are. But
So
Jerry wants to play with their bellies, their soft little bellies, but
it's like you trick their attention.
But
they
because
don't touch. It's like they say like, don't touch my belly. Oh, then how about armpit? No, I don't even say it. I start to touch their armpit, and they are like derailed. Their attention is derailed. So I just swoop into the belly, and then oh no.
Are we Jerry's like a foreplay technique right now? What's happening?
Yeah. Basically, he's giving us all the secrets to the business right now.
Jerry's kind of like a body illusionist. He's like it's all about
it's
like misdirection, you know. He's like
look over here at the armpit, but I'm actually touching your belly.
Before they realize that Jerry's like inside that belly button,
knuckle deep in a belly button.
But here's the thing. The armpit was like a their attention like a taker, but it's also good.
Oh, but it's also good.
Not as much as belly, but it's also good.
Yeah, the end game is belly, though, for sure.
It's kind of soft and... no.
Jerry, I don't want to put you too much on the spot here. You ever fucking armpit?
No!
Follow-up question, Jerry, follow-up question. Why not?
Don't put any weird idea on my brain anymore. Stop the weird idea in my brain. Stop it. I already told you. You know, probably best. I've never seen other people's penis. Now I see everywhere when I go to the public bath.
Yeah, now
because
they're
of you guys putting weird idea in my brain. Stop it. I don't like it.
We're challenging all of Jerry's sexual norms.
No.
Jerry, Jerry, I'm actually flattered that when you're being intimate, you're thinking about us. And when you see other men's penises, you think of ours first.
You know what? I like that, you know? Only
I
think of
want
my penis.
I want it to be that way.
Who's
more
bigger,
your own
though?
penis? Think about mine.
But we're bigger, right?
Well, I mean, for your own good.
Before you answer, it was cold outside.
It was very cold, Jerry. It was very cold.
But it was warm inside the bath.
Inside was quite warm.
It was.
And also, I'm a grower, not a shower, so you can't really judge until you've seen me erect.
Yeah, Jerry. Next time,
I'm gonna show you rock hard, and then you can judge.
Hey, hang on. Actually, you know what? Let's settle this right now. Actually.
All right, take a minute, Jared.
Now that I think about
give
it,
me a
I've
second.
never seen you guys rock hard. Maybe I should try.
Yeah,
I think that's I have to judge. I have to know.
That's what would really bring us a little closer together.
Just for the science purpose.
Well, let's make this a more educational stream.
Yeah, let's make a YouTube video out of it.
Jerry, would you do naked erect yoga with us?
Oh my!
Here's the thing.
Man, that second word just changes everything, doesn't it?
Do we have to get erect just by what we bring with us, so just each other, or
that's a good question. I mean,
we have to be to do the yoga.
Eye contact the whole time.
Hot new stream idea, similar to the way that like people eat those sugar-free Haribo gummy bears and see how long it takes before they shit themselves. Everyone takes a double dose of Viagra. Last one to get an erection wins.
Oh damn!
That's brutal.
And what's like the stimuli that we're gonna use though?
It's just us in a blank white room. We all take Viagra and wait.
We're like IRL like doing this. Okay, gotcha.
No, this is real.
Oh my god! All I gotta do is start twerking. You guys pop a boner instantly.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Well, the trick is you just gotta have like a little release valve somewhere for the blood, just so it doesn't all go to the dick.
That's true.
So we all start just like leaking like a pincushion.
Yeah, I just started cutting myself just so I don't get an erection.
You can't really judge until you've seen me erect.
Yeah, Jerry. Next time
I'll show you rock hard, and then you can judge.
Hang on. Actually, you know what? Let's settle this
Hold on,
right
you
now.
know that smash cut before. Actually, if it showed like the little like stream taken down picture after that would have been
just like
perfect.
the little like screen.
Whoa.
I got banned. Damn.
Oh man.
It's good to be back to
Now that I think
screening.
about it, I've never seen in real life another man's erect penis.
In real life, that's a good point.
In real life?
Yeah, that's a good, that's a good qualifier.
That one I think requires. Okay, Grizz.
But I mean, if that's like your sexual orientation, that's completely different.
Right.
Like,
well, then that's not unusual. Then
that's like a normal.
If that's. I mean, I don't know what your sexual orientation is, but
I think
if
the
you're
last
gay,
thing you want
it's not special if you've seen another man's erect
But
penis. I'll just say.
if I'm a straight man and I'm seeing another straight man's penis, it has to be at least a threesome or something, right? And
yeah.
Unless you had like some really weird friends in like middle school or something.
That's fair.
Unless you're like a pubic hair designer, like a.
I'm sorry. What?
What?
Wait, what is this job?
Hey, you have it. You have it in America too. Like you when you do like a Brazilian cut of your pubic hair, there's some designer that you cut your pubic hair for you.
You have to be erect for this.
Why are you
I know, like
and
that.
I'm pretty sure mostly women get Brazilian waxes.
I don't know if I've ever heard of a man getting a Brazilian wax.
Well, I think I'm pretty sure they do though. Getting that beehole wax.
I mean, sure. But I guess like they could get designs in it. But
I
do you
guess.
Need to be erect for that,
do you need to pop a boner for that?
Would being hard make it easier?
I don't doubt that there are some men that would just like go full mast while getting waxed. That's probably the main reason they go there.
You know, maybe there's like a pleasure element to it, I guess.
You guys don't know enough gay. I know gay men. I just haven't seen their penises, Grizz.
I know plenty of gay men. I just don't know the intimate details of their erections. Is the thing.
What we're talking about is we haven't, with our own peepers, seen another man's erect penis in real life.
Like in the same room.
Just like, wow, it's right there. You know.
It's different if you're a gay man, but as a straight man looking at another straight man's penis, I can't imagine a scenario where that happens outside of a threesome.
Or an orgy, I guess.
For that, but we're not that we're not that advanced.
Thanks for the tip, Chris. I was about to make a mistake.
Well, you're just the first gay man I asked to see his bejeweled penis.
Oh, you're gay? Prove it. Show me your penis.
Show me your penis.
Show me an erect penis.
That didn't come out right.
But yeah, that's something, Steven, that sounds obvious, but I hadn't really thought about that. I've never really seen another man's erect penis in the flesh.
It seems like a thing that a lot of people have seen, but I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Never have I ever.
I'm sure we've all had some sort of traumatic event where we've accidentally glimpsed some dad peeing in a hotel room or something.
Yeah, but that wasn't like dad wasn't hard as fuck.
Exactly.
I've never walked in on my parents.
There's only a very specific situation where you would see another man's erect penis.
Now here's the question:
Have you ever seen a man's booty hole?
That's even harder
in real life.
Well, that's even more.
I'm not even sure.
Because people are just like weird about mooning shit, and then they just like goatsy. Like,
where have you seen this happen?
In real life?
Oh
yeah. So
you got mooned.
Just pull their pants down, just fucking.
You got mooned.
Right
okay.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not mooning. That's like full on eclipsing, man. Holy
shit.
That
was aggressive. I was like,
okay.
I mean, more power to you, I guess. Wash it next time, maybe. But
there is the lady at work that I've told y'all about a number of times. She's never seen her husband's butthole, and that's like a topic of conversation that she has brought up.
I feel like you gotta see your partner's butthole at least.
Well, even not even in the moments of just the fact that like you're living together, you bend over sometimes. Like it's gonna happen.
Like, you've never been behind him while he's naked, and then he.
That's what I found surprising. That's like that seems like a very natural.
Never done like 69.
I guess not. Well, at least not deep enough to get in there, right? Like maybe she's short, so maybe her face wasn't getting around to the fun parts.
Yeah.
Here's an off-topic question.
Do you guys wash your assholes?
Am I being gaslit about how like common and ubiquitous eating ass is? I feel like I am. I feel like everybody talks about how like everybody does it. It's the greatest thing ever, blah, blah, blah. Or they're joking about eating ass or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it just does not seem like anything I'm interested. No. Like, for me, even when it comes to just like asses in general, my first thought is like, but that's where the poop comes from. Like,
Jared's not a butt guy.
I'm not a butt guy, so there's that.
No.
Which is why I can't tell if I'm just like a minority opinion or if I'm legitimately being gaslit by a generation of people who likes to joke about eating ass.
I think it just depends on like how much you need to dial up your like deviant behavior to get
there's a
turned
certain
on.
point where you're just like, all right, we've done everything. Now I just gotta start eating ass.
That's kind of
I'm just
it.
looking for the next big thing, you know.
Like you
I
need
don't think
things
the
that,
next
like,
big thing for me though is to get poopy on my tongue. I don't want
Yeah,
that.
but that's why.
It's just a little dirtier, right? It's like
it's a significant step dirtier in my brain.
Yeah, but it's there's steps to it. I don't think you go immediately from like, I'm just eating ass. There's definitely like a work.
Hey Jared, did you know that people that eat ass have their gut biome deregulated no matter how clean the booty hole is? What does
that mean?
Does that you mean like it messes with the bacteria in their gut and stuff?
How would that
happen?
I mean, there's just bacteria in there, man. It's
But
where
I
the
mean,
meat
why would licking the butthole?
They do that, right?
You're introducing new cultures of bacteria in your gut.
Is it the
colon?
The
liquor
liquor
is getting the liquor.
They're
not the
ingesting bacteria from the booty hole.
You're licking and swallowing
The liquor is changing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
You can't escape from the butthole.
Yeah. And even then, people throw this is wild tangent, but people throw in arguments. It's like, oh well, people will just like make sure their butthole's really clean, or they'll get enemas and stuff. And at that point, I'm just like, man, that just sounds like a lot of work. Like,
well,
it is a lot of work.
I think that applies, right? Like the level of hygiene, like with but I also think that there's a level of like you kind of want it to be a little bit dirty. Like you got to think about like eating out vagina, like pee comes out of there, blood comes out of there.
Sure.
Like, there's some nasty stuff going on, and
discharge comes out of there. Jared, you like that?
There's juice and stuff that come out of there. So like it's all down there. It's all nasty, right? Like you kind of accept when you put your face down there that you're getting into some kind of culture.
I appreciate this philosophy.
Just
only the hard-hitting fact. You should put this in your paper too, Grizz.
Yeah, all of this is, you can cite us on any of this.
Just imagine you've done like a same sex like 100 times. You want to try new thing. You want to try new.
I don't think the new thing that I want is to lick poopy butthole though.
But
that's a big jump for me.
Okay, though when the mood and things escalate.
Yes, it just happens.
Things happen.
It just happens.
You're just it's one of the things where before you know it, you're just eating ass. And you don't even realize it until it's happening.
Like you know, you're sort of zoning around and maybe like the face, and then you get to the tits. Sometimes you end up in the armpit. You don't realize that you're licking armpit until you're licking armpit.
Sometimes you just get caught up in the
moment.
I have dated two different women for over 3 years, and it has never escalated to those sorts of points. Maybe that's
just
not
like
long enough of a time.
It's just getting swept up in the behavior of sex rather than just like the.
No, I mean I'm aware of that sort of phenomenon, but it's still just there are certain thresholds where I'm just like, no, not in my state. Yeah.
Like I know, like for me, like smell has been a thing. But you depending on like the mood that you're in or like the behavior that you're like, how romantic are you trying to be versus like I just want this shit to be dirty, and I don't know, like that all
get down in there. Don't wipe. I'm gonna lick it.
I think there's just different kinds of
no.
There's just to me, I think there's just different attitudes that you associate.
That's probably the most unhinged thing Steven has ever said on stream. Jesus Christ.
You're pretty.
That almost actually made me gag. Almost just like, so anyway, Indiana doesn't like snakes, isn't that funny?
Yeah, please change the subject. God, for the love of God.
Oh man. Yeah, Indiana.
But no,
doesn't
Jared,
like
you're not alone. Like I think people tend to be more vocal.
The thing is that I feel like a minority.
Vocal minority.
Yeah.
No. I think the majority of people are not into that sort of thing. I think the people who are most vocal about sexual behavior tend to be the more like deviant side. Most people are having very normal sex. I want to promise you
very
this.
boring pedestrian Mormon soaking.
I think you're more likely going to run into that very just like common, just missionary over.
Here's a question.
And we're done.
I have a question for the group.
Yeah.
If you were Mormon and you were like committed to soaking, who would you choose as your whatever the bounce partner?
Jerry,
the jumper.
I can trust Jerry with that.
I choose Jerry.
You call him a jumper?
I don't know what they're called.
There's somebody who's like for anybody unfamiliar with
the
process of soaking.
And then who's the person who jumps on the bed to make it better? Like, what's that called?
Oh, I didn't know there was a third person.
Yeah, there's a third party.
Is basically like insertion, but as long as you don't move, it doesn't count in the eyes of God. But if somebody happens to like jump on the bed and cause a couple of bounces, you can't control that.
So here's the thing: would you want that to be a close friend or a stranger?
Trusted friend.
A trusted friend. But you want that trusted friend to see both you and your partner naked.
You know what? Maybe a stranger, because then like if you were to ask a trusted friend to do that, that would imply that they would probably want to ask the same of you. Now, I don't know if I want to be a jumper.
To it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do that.
I can make everyone happy.
Although if what if you ask me sincerely, like, man, this is my only option, I do it for you.
What if you treat it like
I believe you.
What if it's like YouTube rules where like I'm not actually thrusting, I'm just doing push-ups or something, you know?
I'm just jumping on a bed. You guys just have to be naked in the bed while I'm doing it.
Make everything educational.
You get to watch.
What a background music for this discussion.
So, Indiana Jones, can you talk about the character development? Because I liked it. I actually wanted.
You want to talk about the? Well, Jerry, take us
There's
through.
difference between Star Trek and Indiana Jones character development, more like a character establishment.
Like the character itself. I think like all of the characters were established and kind of stayed the same way, which
no one really
weirdly I'm fine with. But like, yeah, I do think that the characters in this movie were a lot like. I think more defined is the better word.
In this movie, the characters already have their history.
Yeah.
But it's sort of defined in a very easy way, and then they just stick with that the rest
Welcome
of the
to
time.
the normal stream.
You're here just in time. You missed all the nasty.
You didn't miss out on anything, I don't think. So.
Yeah. So what I liked about the Indiana Jones: Raiders of the Lost Ark more than Star Trek character defined establishment or something like that, because. People that you said like the public opinion was like the character of the Indiana Jones Raiders of Lost Ark was like a shallow. No, I beg to differ. They are stronger than ever because throughout the story and throughout the movie, it shows in the movie that they have their own character. Like Indiana Jones, he's like a historical artifact nut. He's not just a good guy who do the right thing. He's just a historical fucking nut. He do everything he doesn't even care about the fucking money. He just wanna plane ticket to get to the point, and so he can
Please answer your question.
reclaim the fucking artifact or something like that. He actually fucking just abandoned his girl who he loved for the artifact purpose. And the Mariam is I was actually quite impressed the Mariam character that was the movie that was filmed in 1981, because the Mariam
it's got
character
that girl power in it, which I'm surprised.
Exactly. He's a girl who knows that she's pretty, so she knows how to use her prettiness, but at the same time, she in the pinch situation, he just doesn't stay there oh, I'm scared. No, she's trying to do something to figure out how to win this situation, in the bar or in the plane fight or in the some pit or something like that. She's trying to do something. She's not just a scared little girl.
I had that thought as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I had that thought as well in terms of especially during her introduction scene, where she outdrinks that dude on the bar and then just goes about the day.
That's a lady.
A woman. No, it's not. Is it? No,
that is a woman that
That's
she
a woman.
outdrank. That is a brawny woman.
I don't think so.
Bring it up.
It's someone. But
it's a lady.
There's
She's got tits.
It's a fat dude.
She's got tits.
It's one of those moments where I'm just like, I'm watching this, be like, man, why? Like, granted, it might be a little bit more pronounced today and a bit more egregious in certain aspects, but like, I'm watching this and just be like,
his name is Regan.
Oops.
A man.
What?
Regan,
No, it's not.
Red was an Australian climber who participated in a drinking contest against Marion Ravenwood at her bar.
No fucking way. That's a lady.
Dude. That's
a
dude.
lady. Hold on.
Anyway, Jared, continue.
I was surprised of just like, why are people complaining about like, oh, strong female characters in Hollywood movies is so woke and blah 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 today, when like, I mean, shit, we've been doing this kind of stuff since like the 80s. Like I said, granted, it's sometimes a bit more pronounced when you get like your Captain Marvels or your Rey Skywalkers, but like sometimes people look at a movie, see like a female protagonist, be like, stupid Hollywood's going woke now. It's like this female character is like out drinking a man. It's so unrealistic. And it's like, I'm watching this, I'm like, this was made in 1981. Shit has not changed that much.
It's not new. It's not
like,
new.
So I watched that and just be like, wow, like people are really pissed for no reason about these, for even less of a reason now than I already had thought. Of just like, oh, okay, so you just like hate when women are in movies or something? Because like their go-to argument is always just like, oh, strong female lead, that doesn't make sense. It's always blah blah blah. It's like, I don't know. Because I had that thought too, Jared. It was like, oh, she's more than just like a hot piece of ass. Granted, she does get into more than a few damsel in distress moments in this, which is pretty...
she is still the 80s female archetype, but she has some color to her.
Yes.
Which I do not think was really ever rare. Now, like, I think having ladies who beat up full-size dudes is something more modern.
I guess so. Yeah.
Because you didn't see Marion wasn't like
Marion was not fighting.
She's not fighting. She's not like doing that like with that jujitsu jump on them. They all have the same move, right? Jump up, use the thighs, Black Widow style, take them down.
Get me in those thighs already, damn.
Please let me die by those thighs.
I was Japanese whiskey.
Throughout the movie, we know this female character Marion is very lovable. While she's doing all the like archetype stuff, she beat the like a man with a drinking contest or something like that, and she's acting when she's in distress goal, and she can be angry, and she can be seductive, and she can love a man. So she, all in all, she's very lovable character.
Yeah,
why can't they do that in the modern movie?
She's
got a lot of characters in it.
I think she's just a well-written character.
Because the writers and the people making the movies don't care, Jerry. Welcome to the modern age.
The problem is she's just a well-written character, and that's why she works so well.
Yeah.
But modern movies try to like really focus in on stuff, and they don't worry about.
They make a strong female character because they think it translates to box office numbers. That's
instead of it just being motivation. A natural, and I prefer it being a natural part of the story.
It makes sense to the plot, and I think also like Marion. I think a problem today too is that you don't create characters with flaws, and when you do have characters with flaws, that like no one's good at writing just like very like and Marion's not like nuanced in any way. I think every character here is pretty black and white, but like the sides of them that are flaws are like charming and endearing. Like and what like. I think if you had a Marion character today, she would be that rough and tough, no one can fuck with me.
Let's show these boys how it's done.
And they would make her annoying, and it would never be seen as a flaw. It would be seen as like good attitude that you should have. Whereas with Marion, her sort of like fly off the handle attitude gets her kind of into trouble, you know?
I think it's the difference between like having a strong female character or a strongly defined female character versus insisting that a character is a strong female character or a strongly defined character by having like scenes where they're constantly showing up like the male protagonist or whatever. At that point, like you can have whatever opinion you want about like the politics of it, but from an entertainment standpoint, it just comes across to me as kind of just like lazy and condescending, you know?
Yeah,
I'm just like, you should like this girl because she's a badass bitch, and I'm like, but she's boring though. Like, what am I supposed to do with this?
We have enough precedent of good female leads. Like I think that we can point to plenty.
Right. It's really like there's plenty of inspiration that you could take, and you don't need to just
So many, you know, all the
in.
movie, more, you know.
It makes it feel worse because you're just making this super flat character that makes no sense.
There's no reason for it.
How is Japanese
and I like this character.
But it depends on the
like
brand
even the sub character in Indiana
really
Jones
nice.
more
I
than
like it.
Star
It's dry,
Trek
though.
was.
So you gotta like that. Sorry, I'm talking to Heisenberg about whiskey. Or
Stop it.
Heisenberg.
Whiskey talk. Whiskey's whiskey.
So-
Move on.
Shut up.
There was a whiskey in the movie. So the helper in a scene like in a Philippine or what is it, Manila, Philippine? What happened? The dig site was happened in
Cairo.
Cairo. There was this guy who helped the indie in a Cairo. So they were trying to get into some kind of like a tomb. In middle of the Nazi, and the Nazi just like get out of there, you fucking worker.
Hey.
They could just take that character out, like it'll be no problem. Just the indie do his like step things, but they actually took time for his screen time. He was like trying to help the indie, but he was trying to like getting some idea how can I help the indie while Nazis everywhere. So he went into the tent. So I had no idea how he could help at that point. So indie was trying to like where are you? I need that rope. And he just threw out that like a tent rope.
Yep.
He made
with the Nazi flag at the end. Tisk tisk.
Yeah, exactly. So they actually took time to develop the characters that he was like the sub characters. It didn't take so long time, but they actually took some time to develop a character, even the sub character. So I knew he's got like a heart. He's trying to help the indie. So in the end, he get rewarded by the Mariam kiss. And he was like, "Oh, I'm so happy! Like I want to kiss you now because I got kissed." Something like that. It's so well established. So I actually think that this movie is more like a very well character developed than like a shallow character because they actually serve their purpose on their character development.
And I think this is where like the cartoonish nature of this movie plays into its benefit, because I think if we did use the word shallow, that might have been the wrong word for it. I would describe them more as like this might be the wrong word too, but like caricatures. Like they're very exaggerated versions of themselves.
Yeah.
You know, like they're cartoon characters in a sense of like they're very strongly sort of defined, and you can really understand what their personality is and what their sort of motivations are. They're not necessarily the most realistic from like a human standpoint, but from an entertainment standpoint of essentially like, again, like watching a Saturday morning cartoon or something, they're very easy to understand and relate with, which I think plays into this film's strength as far as like its overall just tone and presentation and stuff like that.
Now, something that both Jerry and Jared have brought up before was Star Trek, and I want to get to the bottom of it because these are very similar types of movies and what they're trying to accomplish. So talking about characters, you've like Jerry, you were saying that these characters are well developed. I think probably a better way to say is like very better defined. Like they're just defined.
That should be more.
Because I don't think that there's a lot of like necessarily development. And what's also kind of majorly missing that you would maybe point out in the past is like explaining why they are the way they are. You know, like going and spending time to explain like why does Indy love archaeology so much. Like they don't tell you this. Like why does Indy know how to fight? Well, they're not going to tell you that. So like why does this feel better than other movies that, you know, claim to have better character development that actually like have examples where this one doesn't?
I feel like one of the let me think here.
So I also agree with you that these characters are very like easy to digest, which makes them more lovable. And I think
the difference between this and Star Trek is we're seeing Indy as an already established, like he's already the archaeological guy. He's there.
Whereas Star Trek was kind of like an origin
He knows
story.
what he's doing. The way they introduce him, he's going on this like expedition and he's finding all these like traps and stuff by himself.
Yeah.
Whereas Star Trek, you're seeing the character from the very beginning and how he's sort of growing.
Right.
And so you're kind of like pointing out like, oh, well, they didn't show him doing this thing. So why is he able to do it now? Whereas in Indiana Jones, you just assume that he already knows how to do it because they're showing you.
Yeah, like that whole opening. That whole opening sequence is basically meant to establish how experienced Indiana Jones is at this kind of stuff. So like it's like the character establishment, and then you don't need a reason as to why. Like you see all the stuff that he does in that opening scene, and it kind of makes sense that hey, he can also fight and do fist fighting stuff and things like that.
He's been around the block enough to do all this stuff.
But in the Star Trek, the captain says like, oh, so you are like a derailed genius, but when
all we've seen him do is drive a car off a cliff
like
as a
our
kid.
main character was genius, because I was confused why he's genius. The movie didn't show anything that he's a genius.
Yeah, so maybe the movie just like Star Trek kind of just like set up the expectation of us wanting to learn how these characters became the way they are a bit more explicitly. Yeah,
and maybe I'm more familiar with this kind of like archetype characters.
Yeah,
we've seen movies, we've played the game.
Yeah,
this Indiana Jones is more like a well-defined archetype characters. Evil is evil. The Indiana Jones is the architect nut who can like handle the situation, something like that. And it's something like a more well-defined and more like a normal archetype characters, so we understand them more.
Yeah, and I think another thing,
I'm not saying Star Trek is a bad, but Star Trek is a new thing that I can hardly understand.
The thing about Star Trek is, I think as a movie and as like the plot and the concepts and things were a lot more heady and nuanced than Indiana Jones, which requires I think a much deeper understanding of like character motivations, where they came from, how they came to those decisions. Whereas Indiana Jones, like I said, it's just a simple, straight to the point like cartoon essentially. It doesn't need that kind of development of the characters for me to understand why they're making the choices that they're making. There's a bit more of a suspension of disbelief, and there's less of a cognitive load that I need to process in order to understand why things are happening the way that they are. So I think that's another thing, is that Star Trek is just a more complicated film conceptually that requires more complicated characters that need to be set up. And then from my perspective, I didn't get that as much set up as I would have wanted. To sort of like
as strong as the characters are in Indiana Jones, they are simple.
They're very simple.
Yeah, but I think I don't think it's ever trying to prove that they're not. I don't think that Indiana Jones is ever trying to say like Indy is such a deep character. I don't think it never makes any claims, and which means it never has.
You get what you get.
Because I agree with you. I don't think any of the characters in Indiana Jones in this movie like went through an arc in any way. I don't think they changed anyway. Whereas that's definitely not the case for Star Trek. Both Kirk and Spock went on significant arcs throughout that entire process, which, for better or worse, requires a lot of sort of like setup and showing of like their character motivations and things like that. Which Kirk and Spock, definitely the two best like developed characters in that movie. But there was a whole other like cast of characters that I was kind of struggling to sort of relate to, especially if they're involved in some sort of like action set piece sequence, like being stuck in a tube about to be eviscerated by a turbine.
Well, I actually think the best way to kind of compare these movies is like how both of them open. Like Star Trek opens up immediately with like stakes are high. You know,
it opens up with like it opens up with kind of very drama. Whereas Indy kind of just opens up with fun action.
Oh, it's only fun, and I think you get a full range of Indy's character and personality in the first 10 minutes. Like you see him being very mysterious and dark. You see him also being like screaming and running all within 10 minutes.
But also like, kind of experience too, with like his whole setup of like finding the traps and like getting set with the idol and stuff. Yeah.
Right. So like that intro of Indiana Jones honestly is like one of my more favorite like intros to a movie. Like
really good.
Just because it shows just how simple the movie's gonna be. It gives you a good like idea of like how it's gonna be shot, like the way that it's filmed, the way that it presents like storytelling is all there.
Weirdly a good like sort of collection of like the tone as well, because you get like the goofiness, but you also get the gore shots and shit like that. Like
you get the full range of everything.
And this is one of those movies where like unlike Saving Private Ryan, John Williams fits fucking perfectly in a movie like this. Are you kidding
Star
me?
Wars so often. Like, it feels like a Star Wars movie sometimes. It's crazy.
There's actual if you listen to the sound design, and Jared, I don't think has seen enough of like the OG Star Wars.
Some of the like the propeller or like the airplane sounds, like the gunfire
they sound like
straight out of Star Wars. It's nuts.
I mean, I did notice like the cartoonishly exaggerated like gunfire sound effects and things.
There's a Wilhelm scream.
Oh, of course I heard that. Yeah,
classic. Gotta have one of those.
And then I did more so than I think John Williams is he just does this a lot more with his soundtracks, where he weaves in those leitmotifs a lot more frequently in his stuff. So even in like I noticed it when oh God, what's his colleague's name in the college who set him off on this whole journey? I don't know. That guy, Marcus. When he was going to Indy's house to tell him that he's going on his quest or whatever, even as he's pulling up, he kind of like twinkles in a little bit of the Indiana Jones main theme. I was like, ooh, Johnny boy, I like it. Okay.
Yeah. He's a very confident like composer, and like when he nails riffs that are going to be significant later, he uses them in different ways. I think he also manipulates the motifs throughout to like match whatever's happening in the story. Like he'll develop or remove pieces based on the scene.
That's the kind of shit that gives me a half chub.
Just like how fucking iconic is the?
I swear to God, I knew that riff, and I would hum that riff before I even knew that it was from Indiana Jones. I just heard it from somewhere, and I'm just like, oh, it's like da 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 da, and then it wasn't until like I saw like a trailer for Indiana Jones or something Indiana Jones like crossed by my path like in high school or something. It's like, oh, that's Indiana Jones music, but it's just such an iconic melody.
It's probably one of the most iconic, just
probably
like sounds, because it immediately you can only think of Indiana Jones when you hear that.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the crazy part.
You're not mixing it up with anything else.
There's no like question about it.
It's crazy how iconic it is to also because it shares.
Sure,
because John Williams is like responsible for like all of these titles that we're all so familiar with, that you can still even separate those within each other, even though they're like siblings, kind of. Like this,
the John Williams slime all over it. Like
this track is literally this
movie was made
like
for John Williams
from Star Wars.
Oh my god.
Well, actually, this is basically just like Earth Star Wars in a way.
Interestingly, after another piece of IMDb trivia, after I believe, I'm not sure if it was the first Star Wars, it was one of the Star Wars movies. Generally, whenever George Lucas released a movie, he would go on vacation to take his mind off of it, to like not think about like the sales numbers and stuff like that. To sort of as like a sort of detox sort of thing. Apparently, after releasing one of the Star Wars movies, he went on a vacation to Hawaii with Steven Spielberg, and they were just like chatting about like movie ideas that they had and stuff like that. I think it was Steven Spielberg, or maybe it was one of the two, said that they've always wanted to direct a James Bond movie. And then the other one said, I have a better idea. It's like James Bond, except he's an archaeologist and blah. Like he already had this idea in his head, and that's what actually birthed Indiana Jones.
So crazy.
So it birthed from somebody like wanting to create like a James Bond film with like that sort of iconic character and stuff like that, and they're just like, nah, fuck that. Let's make our own. I already got an idea for it.
You know what's kind of depressing though? Is like you think about like, all right, you got George Lucas and Steven Spielberg getting together and coming up with these great ideas after making movies together.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are the guys today?
Who are those guys?
Who are the names that I'm looking for?
Quentin Tarantino's the only one I can can think of.
But he's old news.
He's old news, right?
And
like,
even
who's going to carry the mantle, right?
Like nobody is around to be the Steven Spielberg of today.
Oh my goodness, yeah, because it ain't J.J. Abrams, it ain't like
Ryan
Johnson.
I like his stuff.
Yeah, but he's
like, but
he's been around for a while too.
And they're also
and he is still kind of niche. He's not like Steven Spielberg, like everyone goes to see his movies.
Saying. Like,
you know,
Steven Spielberg is just so masterful at what he does. It's insane.
It's kind of crazy.
And it's upsetting that we don't have those.
We don't really have.
Right.
I mean, he really is the kind of definition of like a once in a generation sort of thing. But also, I think like there's less of an emphasis on directors' names these days. It seems like.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think there are some directors.
I mean, fucking Sam Raimi made Multiverse of Madness, a Doctor Strange movie. Who remembers that?
Oh well,
I never saw it.
Exactly.
The problem isn't, I think, with the directors. I think it's with what people want to be made.
Studios and what people
because
want.
Now all of the big names like James Gunn, it's like attach them to Guardians of the Galaxy, attach them to Suicide Squad.
I think it's a bit of a chicken. I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem, though. I think like
Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan's another one. But I think people are consuming basically the content that they're given, and then studios don't have any incentive to innovate or make any sort of new stuff, so they keep producing content that people are at best like okay with, and then it's kind of like a self-sustaining loop of just like maybe people do want like more auteur movies or movies that have more of like a distinct voice and things like that, but those movies aren't being made, so they might as well go see the latest Marvel movie or something like that. That's like safe, comfortable stuff. And it's like both parties are probably a little bit at fault for sustaining this sort of like loop. There's no incentive for somebody to break out and chart their own sort of course, because for starters, that's a really fucking hard thing to do. Good luck getting funding for that.
Well, that's what.
And also, those people don't exist all that frequently. You know, there's not a lot of Spielbergs in the world.
It all comes down to money. So everyone's driven by money now, instead of just, I want to make this really cool thing. And then money is just the way I need to. Money is just the means to an end, basically.
Yeah, but if you want to make a really cool thing, you'll have to justify it to the people who will give you the money that'll be a success. And that's where the hard part comes from.
You look at Indiana Jones and you're like, that is a passion project. You can feel it.
Oh.
But everything else is a money project now.
Yes, you can tell where the motivation comes from when you watch a movie, especially like a modern movie. Of just like, oh, okay, these are the boxes that they're ticking to please like the core audience. This is a movie made by an algorithm, not by like a creative mind.
Not by an actual creative mind.
Yeah, it's like a difference between I want to make a cool movie or I want to make a movie that
I want to make money with
money.
It. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And these days it feels like most movies, like most of like the popular movies that are advertised, right? Like there's tons of movies out there, blah, blah, blah. YMS, you can find movies that you like and stuff like that. But the movies that are advertised to the general populace of people, the name of the director behind it almost kind of just seems like a footnote. The movies are actually made by like the studio executives who have the data and know what kind of movie that they want to make. And then they'll just throw a director on there that will, you know, do what they tell them to.
I just don't like that the people who aren't creative are the ones making decisions.
And they're so
because they're the ones they're the ones paying for the movie.
Yeah,
I know.
The money makes the decisions, not the creative people. It does.
Movies, and the problem is movies cost like double what they 10 times.
I guess my question is like, why? You know, do we have to go this big with all of these movies? You know,
CG.
Right, but do we need a bunch of movies with this CG? Like, can we go back to movies pre-CG?
We definitely could.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, like that's why I asked, like, why are these movies? And I asked the same question with games. It's like, why are games getting so much more expensive? Why are movies getting so much more expensive? Oh, because we need to create these gigantic open worlds, and we need to have all of these like high fidelity graphics. But then I was like, but why? Why can't we kind of just like scale it back? Can't we focus on like the smaller things that matter and cost less?
You could, but then the audience would criticize you for like not being as big as the Avengers. We've had movies, unfortunately, have gotten so big that you notice when they're small and like, oh, this is a fun little indie movie. If there's not a giant,
is it the culture that's kind of influencing this? It's culture that's inflating these budgets. God,
it is. It's our short-term, small attention span, like quick gratification culture.
So you think if somebody were to make a movie kind of like Indiana Jones today, it wouldn't be received very well.
If you made Indiana Jones today, it would not be received well. No way. Well, also because if it was the introduction of a new character, think about today if a movie came out that was called like Montana Williams, and there was some like kooky like, and it was Chris Pratt in it, because this is the same. Like this is Harrison Ford is coming off Star Wars. He's now hot shit. He was a nobody, but now he's a big name. So imagine Chris Pratt in a movie called Montana Williams, and he's a dungeon crawler. You gonna go see that movie? Probably not.
That's a valid point.
The thing that I hate is that no new IPs can be like well received anymore. Everything has to be a fucking sequel.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing people will go see. They need established things to trust it to go spend their money on it. And it's always the worst garbage.
Like they wouldn't be going to see. They wouldn't be going to see the newest Star Wars movie or the, unfortunately, newest Indiana Jones movie if those things didn't get established by somebody who had that idea.
I know.
Like, that's so frustrating.
Yeah, it is very frustrating.
I would love to know, like, what's the last, like...
What's our generation's, like, Indiana Jones?
Yeah, like, what's, like...
Do we have anything like that?
Guys, hear me out. Our most original thing that really picked up popularity, and it'll probably still be around in 10 years, John Wick.
I mean, I guess that's fair.
You know what? Probably.
Like a horrible movie.
It's the only thing I can think of.
I can think. Yeah. No, I think I agree with that.
I think I scoffed at that a little bit too hard, but that's mostly just because I haven't seen any of the movies. But I think you're right.
Listen, I think that John Wick is a great example of what people in new IP are looking for. It is spectacle and memory.
Yeah.
To be fair, there is a hell of a lot of spectacle in Raiders of the Lost Ark as well.
There is, yeah.
It's very Hollywood.
That's the Hollywood aspect of it, though. But I mean, it works for this type of character and like Hollywood.
I mean, because honestly, that was like, especially like old school Hollywood was like how to create spectacle. I mean, Star Wars. I mean, probably the biggest movie of the 20th century to ever come out. Scale, but unfortunately, like we carried on the tradition of scale and spectacle to like now you have to make Avengers level movies.
Yeah, no, I mean Pomo brings up a good point too. He's like, you dingleberries don't go to the movie theater because they don't make movies for you, and I agree with that. They don't make movies for me.
I would go to a movie theater if they made movies that I wanted.
But they don't, because you're not a part of the majority audience that is enjoying these movies and going to the theater. And that's why I think we have some resentment for the people who do go to these theaters and watch this slop.
Because they fucking have bad taste. I went and saw John Wick.
They do have bad taste.
In the theaters.
Obviously,
these people do it, and I'll even make the argument that they don't have taste. I don't think people going to the theaters have taste. I don't think they're going because they have some strong affection for anything.
They just want to kill some time.
It's a social thing to do. You want to go see the Sonic movie because you're like, whoa, fucking people are talking about Sonic movie. I got to get on this conversation.
Don't tell me that you went to the Minecraft movie because you were legitimately interested in watching the Minecraft movie. You went to the Minecraft movie to yell chicken jockey with everyone and have a good time. It's the same reason that we all went to the Cats movie and had a great time.
Yes, I went there for the joke of it, and and I was a part of the audience and enjoyed being a part of the audience.
But that one was definitely a fluke. That was somebody trying in earnest to make a good musical movie, which was why it was more fun to laugh at.
Yes, because it was laughing at the failure of people who just could not see past themselves. They did not know what they were making. I will go to a movie theater alone. Listen, if I had a movie theater
alone, if there's a movie that I want to see, I went to go see Baby Driver alone. I was like, this movie looks right up my fucking alley. Let's go.
I will do that.
I haven't seen any other movie. Sweet.
Yeah. Like I'm not
opposed. There's no movie that I would want to go to a theater alone.
Movies coming out. The only movies coming out are like Moana 2.
What movie would make you guys go to a theater realistically? I don't know, man. I don't know. If
you want to know the
puts
reason?
out another movie and the premise sounds interesting, I would probably go see it. But I can't describe to you some new, like, out-of-the-box movie that I would like to see. I don't think there's any sort of sequel to a movie that I would want to see, so I can't really pull from that pool. I can't really, like, pull a movie out of thin air. I would probably go see again, it would depend on if I thought the premise was interesting, but anything made by like Edgar Wright or Christopher Nolan, like these names or these directors that I trust make like unique experiences, then I'd probably go and see that.
Well, and I think that's what we're left with, because if you say like what would make us go see a movie, that's the wrong question, right? Because that's assuming that I already know what I want them to make.
Yeah.
And that's why
their job is to know what we should want. That's what
and that's
goes
why
back to what I was saying.
That's why you get Toy Story 5, is because of that question right there. What movie would make you go to a theater? Well, what do I like already? Well, I'll go see another one of those.
I'll tell you what won't make you go to a theater is Avatar: Fire and Ash.
I am not interested.
Superman.
Roka has a bit of a good take here. Denis Villeneuve is my
I
didn't know who he was until I looked him up. Like, I really did enjoy Blade Runner. I really enjoyed Arrival. I've heard good things about Scario. I think the Dunes are pretty polarizing from what I hear.
I didn't like Dune. I think Dune's problem is more Dune than the people.
He at least has a style that I kind of recognize. Like, I can see some. I didn't know he directed Arrival actually, but I can see some similarities between that and like Blade Runner and things like that.
He's pretty good, but I also want to credit. He works with a particular cinematographer that I think doesn't get attention. Versus,
okay.
Like, when people think about how pretty like Blade Runner 2049 is, everyone thinks Denis Villeneuve, but I forget the name of him, and that's the problem. The cinematographer that he works with is why you got this like very iconic art style from it. And I think that applies to Dune as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I get what you mean. I think he's pretty prolific director, but I don't know how involved he is in like story creation and stuff. Like, Spielberg is like deep into the movie
like the whole
Spielberg is like a full-on creator.
He's just a movie maker. Dennis I think is just a director.
Yeah.
Who directed Mad Max
I think
movies again?
He'll take something existing and make something good out of it.
Yeah.
But he's not coming up with new ideas. I don't.
I don't think he's the reason that cool new movies exist. Unfortunately,
I googled Mad Max Furiosa director because I forgot his name. It was George Miller. And a funny
and then
thing.
you remembered.
And then I remembered that he also directed Happy Feet.
Happy Feet.
That's crazy.
I'll never understand what happened to this man. Because he started with Mad Max, then went to Happy Feet.
Then went to Happy Feet, then went back to Mad Max.
So he's like, all right, I already killed it. Let's go back to Mad Max.
What a strange person.
He goes where his heart takes him.
I guess. And then to have such a small filmography and almost half of it be Happy Feet.
What an accomplishment.
I mean, we're talking about it. He made something memorable. Gotta get him something.
Oh my God, he also directed Babe, Pig in the City?
What?
Yeah.
Is that
Oh no,
really
he was a producer. Sorry, he was a producer.
Okay.
Yeah. And apparently he was only a producer on Happy Feet 1 and 2, according to IMDb.
Dude. You know what? Now that you mentioned Babe, Pig in the City, that's my next. I just changed my mind.
That was one of those movies that I definitely watched as a kid, but have zero recollection of, other than the fact that Babe is a pig.
I feel like I watched both Babe movies like.
We watched Babe in the last few years.
Like,
I'm pretty sure as a kid I probably even confused Babe with Charlotte's Web. That's how little it had an impact on me.
I loved Babe growing up.
I remember liking Babe. I think that was one of the. Did we own Babe like at home?
Yeah, we did. We
Okay,
owned the
that's
first
why
one, but then I rented the second one a lot. I feel like.
But I think if you were to watch that again, you would remember why it has.
I feel like I remember more of Babe 2 than I do of Babe 1.
That's what Pomo's saying. If you're gonna pick a Babe movie, pick Babe 2 for the love of God. That sounds like a rare instance where the sequel might be better
That's
or
what I'm
more
saying. Like,
memorable than the
Babe
original.
2 is fucking legit. I actually like that movie.
It's funny if someone like now has never heard of this. It's more common that kids haven't heard of this. If you're like, my favorite movie is Babe 2, they're like, what the fuck are you watching?
What are you talking about?
Babe, because it sounds like pornography. Babe 2.
It does. I mean, it kind of is. There's a naked pig everywhere.
I mean, I'm assuming Babe 2 is Pig in the City.
Yeah, Babe 2 is
Pig in the City.
Yeah, that released in 1998.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
And the first one would have come out in what?
Like 95.
The first one was 95.
95. Okay. It's pretty 90s.
God damn. 1 year after I was born.
I always think of the mice like saying the name of the chapter, and then the camera zooms in and frames around the mice.
I do not remember anything about this movie, man.
Damn.
What you're describing doesn't even register in my synapses, and I know I've seen this movie.
It's
Jared,
nothing.
For the first movie, it's also surrounded by like the farmer, like the old man. He's like, that'll do, blah blah blah. But then the second movie, the wife, lady. She's the one who takes him to the city for a pig show. And then there's like a weird hotel that they go stay at that has a bunch of animals.
A strange hotel.
Babe makes a bunch of friends there, and
there's like dogs. There's like stray dogs involved.
Dude, I'm
having more and more memories.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna watch it tomorrow. I don't care. You can't stop me.
I have more memories of the first one, but I'm starting to have more memories of the second.
I'm telling you, Babe 2 fucking slaps.
But now, the only chance to save the farm,
dude, this is a trailer.
One little pig.
He can't
leave. One little pig.
To go to the city.
Holy shit, that's a real plane.
It's so surreal.
Anybody home?
It's pre 9/11.
Anybody else?
Just remember the dogs. What's this water?
I do remember this voice.
Into the world of outcasts and misfits.
Wait, does this have a Hispanic Chihuahua in it? I feel like I remember that. Or am I just thinking of Taco Bell?
It might.
Or maybe I'm thinking of that George Lopez movie.
Oh my! Beverly Hills Chihuahua.
I think that's what I'm thinking of.
Well, hey, slow down. If you're not a cat, stay a chat.
Wheelchair dog.
Fleetly, come back. We don't know where it's
Damn,
been.
this
Separated from his owner.
I seem to have lost my human.
Totally on his
wild
own.
movie.
You're just a little pig in the big city.
Now, if we
What
took
can you
the Viagra
possibly
challenge
do?
while I was watching
What
this,
can anyone do?
Lose.
Has changed his mission.
Dead.
Dude, they're like
And
giving
his
up the whole
courage
movie right here.
He's about to change
Really? They
everyone's
really
life.
That's like a climactic part of the movie. Fighting the dog? And then saving the dog?
Here's a question. Do you think they used the same pig for Babe 1 and 2?
God, no.
No way.
Because there was
It says
years between him.
Yeah.
Find my mom.
But you know what? All pigs look alike. I'm just going to say it.
What a great sounding song here.
Yeah.
My tummy hurts.
I feel like it would be a disservice to Babe to not eat it.
And hang on tight.
You gotta eat, babe.
Wow.
Hey, I'm swimming over here.
Hey, I'm swimming.
Dude.
Oh, the
This is still in the era where monkeys drew a crowd at a theater.
Fuck yeah, dude.
From the heart of the city
Before they started ripping people's
comes the
faces
story of a pig with heart.
God, I don't know why, but this
official
reminds me of like
obligation
Homeward
to be
Bound too.
malicious.
Dude, Homeward Bound is also legit.
Peggy, that'll do.
Good pig.
Now I only
Pig
want to
in the
suggest
city.
these
This
types
place
of
can really take you out.
Let's get Jared to like relive, like he missed the 90s. He
I
like,
did on
I
the
guess I
90s
did.
movie.
I'm just surprised you were able to make it through the 90s with like people weren't playing this around you or
That's what I'm saying. I think they were. I swear I've probably
I feel
seen
like you've
these
probably
movies.
seen this.
I
it
just
doesn't
didn't
live in your memory.
process them at all. No, I did not.
I saw
see
Bolt. I saw Bolt.
I am someone who thinks Bolt is a slightly above average, like non-Pixar
like
Disney.
Bolt. I like Bolt.
I think it's pretty good. It's got some good emotional beats in it.
Yeah. No, I'm very familiar with this poster, but I never ended up seeing it.
I know.
This released around the time that I basically stopped watching movies because I got into college and then didn't have my usual high school. I just didn't have my usual high school group of friends who would actually want to go see movies in the theater and invite me. And that's the only time that I ever went to the theater to watch movies.
No, Bolt didn't come out when you were in college. When did Bolt come out?
This is like
2008.
2008.
Oh, 2008.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that was before that.
I guess it just flew over my radar.
Also at the age. This is also at the age where like your radar for like kid stuff is like that's kid stuff.
Not really, because I still went. When did Brave come out? Because I remember going like you guys all went to see Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and me and Yuki were just like, we're going to see Brave, and it was the most 6 out of 10 movie I've ever seen.
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, way better than Brave.
I bet Brave was mid as fuck.
Yeah, Bolt I'll actually say is a decent.
I remember watching this, but I don't remember anything.
It's like the actual story here is pretty good. I know it looks very DreamWorks, but the story is actually pretty good.
Yeah, maybe that's why I wasn't interested in it. It's like I only ever really saw the movie posters. I'm like, this looks generic.
It looks
it's
generic.
I don't think I ever went through. I don't think I ever went through a phase of like, I'm too old for this sort of thing. I would still get excited for like Pixar movies generally.
Every year I was like, I can't wait for the new Pixar movie.
Yeah,
well into
but
my
I think this, like, the promotional material just didn't look appealing to me. I was like, oh, this looks like from the studio that brought you Ice Age or something, and I didn't really like Ice Age. So
good. I'll be the first to admit it doesn't look good, but the actual story here, the premise, I think it's pretty creative, and I think they do a good job with it. And you actually do get like kind of emotional with these characters.
Yeah.
So I'll give them a lot.
I think I just got misled by the promotional. Miley Cyrus.
And, yes,
Cyrus!
I also hate.
Actually, Andrew, that's gonna be my if I get landed on the wheel, Furry Vengeance is gonna be up there.
Furry Vengeance.
I know Jared hasn't seen it.
Miley Cyrus, dude, nobody's seen that movie. I don't know how we've seen it.
And Zendaya's Beachy.
Zendaya's Beachy. Steven, I still can't remember why we watched.
I don't know why we watched.
Brendan Fraser, Brooke Shields movie HD. Let's get it done.
Watch the trailer.
To Rocky Springs, future home to the greenest community ever built.
Do you know why they call me the King of Green? Because I love this planet.
So you're gonna take out the whole forest?
Yeah.
But we're replacing it with a shopping mall with a forest theme.
This is an opportunity to do something good for our family and for the environment.
How is ripping out the forest good for the environment?
The only thing standing in the way.
This is Furry Vengeance. Hey, I'm sorry, is this some mouse hunt shit? Wait, I missed that.
Wait, go back.
Are the locals.
Miley Cyrus.
Over the hedge, yeah. I'm getting vibes, especially with these like actual animals setting up traps. I'm getting like mouse hunt vibes.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a mixture. It's like a mixture of mouse hunt and over the hedge.
Oh my god.
The animals are get me.
And what animal are we talking about?
There's more than one of them.
Brooke Shields for some reason.
This is insane.
Shut up!
Oh my goodness. Actually, it's got a little bit of Evan Almighty to it as well.
Yeah. Media present.
We're gonna pour $100 million into the local economy.
Yeah. Do something.
Dad, you're building on a nature preserve, and nature's ticked off.
Are you telling me that the animals are trying to get me to stop the
This was a very common song for these sorts of trailers in this era.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
This was the "Don't Stop Me Now" of this era.
Oh my, that's a good comparison.
All this time you were protecting.
I feel like this movie came out at the end of the era of movies like this.
Oh yeah, it was definitely way after when it was
too. This movie should have come out 10 years sooner.
Vengeance.
Honey, are you in there?
Don't worry, we will have you down in no time.
See, and the reason that I wouldn't go to see this in theaters, Palmo, is that like I feel like I know exactly every single beat that this movie is going to hit.
You saw the trailer. That's all.
You've seen it.
Like there's,
it's not gonna get better.
Miley Cyrus line's the only reason to watch it.
Everything that has happened in this trailer, and it's not like the trailer spoiled the entire plot. It's just like from like the first once the premise was established, I'm like, I've seen this movie. I know what's going to happen in this movie, and so I don't want to go see it. Let's go see that. Yeah. Why is it not the most watched part?
No, it's like right here. Just play.
The only thing standing in the way are the locals.
Miley Cyrus.
I think we need a.
Miley Cyrus.
That is
the things that you guys remember from like C tier movies is still astounding to me.
Here's the thing. We watched this not when it came out.
No. I don't know why we watched it.
I don't know why we watched it, but we watched
within
this
the last 5 years. Within the last 5 years,
we were still
saw
living
this.
together. Yeah.
When we were still living together. So I don't know what brought this up. I think we just saw. We were looking for something to watch, and we watched the trailer, and we saw the Miley Cyrus thing, and then watched it based purely on that.
Know. And it's not like we like turned it on just to be like, haha, that's funny, and then turned it off. No, we watched the whole thing.
We watched the whole thing to completion.
I believe it.
I don't know why, but we did.
It's not enjoyable.
Yeah, I liked it. It's an 8 out of 10.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah, I need a little bit of nostalgia in my veins here. This was one of my favorite movies as a kid. Mouse Hunt.
Mouse
Oh,
Hunt.
I forgot DreamWorks made it.
Ah, DreamWorks. Spielberg's baby.
Still.
Okay, dude, we can do normal speed.
It's basically these two guys that get like an old beat up house and are trying to renovate it to flip it, I think. But this mouse lives there, and they're trying, and this mouse is like, oh, that's such a fucking cute. Oh, this was such a.
It's
cute, and then suddenly this whole scene with the nail gun.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So there's some pretty great shots.
Yeah.
Lars, give me a hand with this.
The Smuntz brothers have inherited their father's old house.
Sorry, Pop. I'm sorry.
Oh, this guy in the background.
Fixing it up could bring them a fortune.
We can make 700,000-800,000 easy.
Smart.
Our future is staring
He landed
us
in a
the face,
sewer.
and all we have to do is baste it and scarf it down.
There's just one small problem.
Hello.
Oh, this is just such a classic premise of a movie.
Yeah.
DreamWorks Pictures proudly presents Nathan Lane.
We need a cat.
There's a whole scene where they set up like an entire floor of mouse traps, and then they're all like rolling all over. Oh, Christopher Walken's in this. I forgot. He's the exterminator.
Yeah.
Just a mouse.
Mouse Hunt.
Mouse Hunt
is what it's called.
Mouse Hunt.
This was a movie I watched a bunch as a kid.
It's a solid movie. Because these movies were just like pure fun.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Fuck. I actually really like this movie.
It's good.
It's a good.
I bet if you go look up an IMDb score, it's higher than 5.
It was just fun. It's fun for the kids.
Well, these are great. Like, go to a theater and watch it. An original story. It's fun.
Daily Dose of Internet says great movie growing up.
Oh, wow, that's like a celebrity.
Yeah.
Daily Dose of Internet said that. Wow.
Daily Dose of Internet.
I know what he sounds like.
This mouse is really causing some trouble.
Yeah, Home Alone plus Tom and Jerry is a good premise of it. I have seen Little Miss Sunshine. Weirdly enough, I watched that also on a plane.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot about it.
I haven't seen it.
It was good.
It's okay.
I liked it. Boink. Whoops.
Oop, and there's got a board.
That tab's still open.
Just don't open the tab where it shows like ordered and on its way.
Oh yeah, it says
well,
unavailable.
I can. It's unavailable.
The last one.
If I really wanted to incriminate myself, I would pull up my confirmation email with my shipping address and
yeah.
You know, so.
You took the last one.
So it's about time.
No, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark.
A better movie.
No, this is a much better movie than About Time.
Oh, holy shit! Yeah, it is about time to start like giving our ratings. I didn't realize.
This is good timing. This is
That's
great.
what
great
I said.
timing.
It's about time.
Yeah. Let me. Okay, I'll do this later. I'll talk about stuff. Okay. So I'm in a weird position on this one again because
you are in a weird position.
It's very
because of the score
similar.
you gave.
Yes, I have changed my scores in the past.
I knew
you
gave Star Trek a higher score.
You gave it too high.
It was the iRobot situation where it's like it's the first one I watched, so I should fucking set the bar or whatever. Like I set the standard unintentionally.
Bad start.
More
yes.
honest.
I thought I was, and then I saw something I liked.
And then you watched this.
So yeah.
Something you liked more that wasn't liked more enough to be an 8.
Yes, exactly.
Correct. It's very close. I wouldn't say it quite reaches like the emotional threshold of an 8, But the difference between this movie and Star Trek for me is that I wouldn't mind, and I could actually still see myself watching this one again, gladly. And that's a really big difference for me. So it's sort of like just a brief rundown of all the things that we had already sort of talked about. I really liked the action sequences in this movie because they involved characters that I understood their motivations. It had a lot of practical effects, and it felt like it pushed the narrative forward in a way that was acceptable to me in ways that I probably would criticize more modern movies for and have done in the past. So that's just a me personal taste opinion. Yeah, characters were really strong. Setting was great. I love just like the cartoonish personality of it. I still can't really explain why I enjoy the tone of this movie, despite it ping-ponging back and forth fucking constantly. For some reason, I think it really just comes down to the fact that I can see someone's voice in this movie. I can tell that a passionate person made it. And I think that's what really goes a long way for me in terms of like enjoying something and engaging with it. If I feel that sort of, not necessarily like connection, but like understanding that a person with passion and an idea made this movie and they're trying to convey it to me, I really like engaging with a piece of media on that level and sort of like getting a sense of the kind of person that made this, what sort of ideas they had. I start thinking about like what kind of decisions they made, why they did certain things the way that they did, and not in a way that sort of like breaks my immersion, but more so honestly kind of like locks me into the movie a little bit more. It's things that I'm like subconsciously bubbling around in my brain that sort of like fires a bunch of neurons and gets me like engaged in the movie itself. I think that's probably what lets me sort of like gloss over and bridge those gaps of like, this is literally like a live action cartoon. There's a bunch of stupid things that happen in it, but I'm enjoying myself, you know? It's kind of hard to describe without actually like sounding disparaging towards the movie, because everything that I just said of like, those are all kind of just like positives in my eyes, because I liked it as it was all happening. So yeah, I think fuck, this is really close to an 8, but I'd probably have to give it like a high 7. And I might devote Star Trek to a 6. I guess we'll have to do it.
I knew it. I knew it.
I trust that 6 more than that 7.
I trust that 6 more than 7 because when you said 7,
I was like,
nah,
I mean, I really was. I really did feel like it felt like, because to me a 6 was like generic Hollywood slop, but I think I was giving Hollywood slop too much credit in that moment. Like
a 6 for slop is pretty high,
because I always default to like general Marvel movies as a 6 out of 10 for me. It was like, I mean, it didn't make me mad. I wasn't too high in emotions, but I had fun watching it. I'll probably forget about it later. 6 out of 10. Like, it was slightly above average, which is what I would consider a 6 out of 10 to be. And I still feel like Star Trek is better than slightly above average. Because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the plot and the characters, and especially like the visual effects and stuff a lot more than the typical like Marvel movies that I've seen to my recollection. So I wanted to give it a slightly higher score than that, which is why I gave it like, I think, a very low 7, but it was always teetering on a 6. I still think that Star Trek is a very high 6 for me. It's better than I was expecting it to be, especially in terms of like modern movies or movies made in that style. But this Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark I enjoyed significantly more than Star Trek. It didn't necessarily captivate me on like a deep emotional level, which is usually when like I kind of creep into like those 8 pluses out of 10. But in the same way that like Back to the Future is on a higher tier for me in terms of like creeping into that 8 out of 10, purely out of like nostalgia and love for that specific series. If I had maybe seen this at a different point in my life, maybe earlier on in my life, where it became more of a staple of something that I watch, I could see a movie like this creeping up into that territory. But I just don't have that kind of connection with it. So I would probably put this at a very, very high 7, close to an 8. But if I have to round, it's going to go to 7.
Fair.
So that's something.
Sorry, Star Trek. You're losing a point because of Indiana Jones.
Just from me.
If Star Trek got a 6, then what did Transformers get?
It got a 4. I think I originally gave it a 4, and then I demoted it to like a 3. Did I? No, I did not.
6.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
then it kept dropping.
Transformers.
It kept dropping. I think it settled on like a 3 or a 4.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, that was the second movie that we ever watched. I was still trying to determine what my standards were.
That's fair.
All right. Jerry, I think you're up next, and I'll set up the.
All right.
poll
So before I start that, I gotta add some movie historical value to that. So
there you go.
It's because this was like filmed in 1981, and I actually searched through the 1981 movie. Compared to other movie, this movie ages so well. It doesn't feel like that old movie. This is like I bet this was like a revolution of the movie history.
It's so very watchable right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So graphic and cinematography, I think again it aged very well. I don't see anything like uncomfortable or it's too old. I didn't feel anything like that. It's more like if this is modern aged movie, I would feel like this was like a director's intentional make it like an old movie, so people will be like easy to consume, something like that. I would feel that way. So graphic is great, like a cinematography is sometimes I feel like something was rushed, but if you think about like the rhythm of this movie, it's like a high down, something like Indy gets it, they take it out. So Indy is trying to something like get it back or something like that, and they take out again. It's like riding a fucking roller coaster, but not the boring one, the fun roller coaster. So I like the cut to cut. Like there was something like a lush scene, like Mariam. And Indy thought Mariam was dead, but now he's just like it didn't take like a second to show the scene that Indy is like drinking wine or something like in the bar. So it was like a little hilarious, and something goes on like that. It felt like a rushed, but it was necessary. They didn't waste any time on that, so I actually like that a lot. And the music, I can't really talk about any music. It's a fucking bum 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 bum. It just pumped my heart. So it's just the best. Like a fucking good touch. And the plot, I think plot is like just a concrete plot, so I can really what is this? I cannot really say any bad thing about.
You can't really criticize it. It's pretty.
Yeah,
criticize.
Yes, thank
simple.
you. Yeah, I can really criticize. It's because it's very simple to digest. It's just like even 5 years old know the plot if he's allowed to watch.
It's easy to follow. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
it is
very easy to
PG.
follow.
So
Oh my
babies can
goodness.
watch it.
Yeah.
Like a baby's movie.
It's like no, it's not. So and the out of all thing, the most I liked about like this movie is like the characters, defined characters, because usually these days all the movie is like trying to create the more like a complex characters. He's a good guy, but he's got a bad side. I'm not talking about the pro. It's like he's a bad guy, but he's got a history. He's a good guy, but he also has a bad thing, something like that. It's like it's like I don't. It's not like I don't like the main characters have that kind of history, but they like tend to put every characters that kind of like a complex history of the characters. So make the plot more like difficult to understand. But this movie, this movie's character is more like so well defined. I don't lost while I'm not lost while watching the movie. Indiana Jones is a historical artifact nut, so he is so well defined. Like his he can like do anything to regain the artifact, any artifact that might go into the other like bad guys or something like that. Miriam, I already told you like what kind of Miriam, and she's very lovable. Even the sub characters, all the evil characters, they got their characters. We know what character they have. Like even the French professor, he's not just a he's a bad guy who have Nazi, but he's like a very well defined like a in the end like when Indy tried to shoot the fucking rocket launchers, he's a bad guy, but also he understand what Indy think. That what makes me like excited. Oh, you're the bad guy, but you understand the indie, so he like you are like manipulating the indie's mind, like indie doesn't cannot shoot the artifact that he loves, something like that. I love that. So character defined is is top notch in my idea. So I cannot give this movie 9 or 10 because 9 or 10 it's gotta change me. Something like a soul or whiplash. But 8 is like the maximum score I can give the movie that is enjoyable. So it's like I think it's the maximum score for me.
Hang on, I think I can crop this a little bit.
Yeah, crop it out.
I
think we can all agree that is the memento.
I love him.
So in this movie, like every character, even the extra, like the on the truck, like a soldier on the truck, they have their roles. So we remember pretty much every extra that has an important role. So I like that. So it's solid 8 out of 10.
All right,
solid 8 out of 10. Pretty good.
Yeah,
very cool.
All right, Steven,
Well,
you're up.
I think this movie is just one of the most iconic movies ever made.
I didn't realize how iconic it was until I saw
So
all of the
iconic.
references. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I've seen all of these before.
Right.
Like
everything
referenced elsewhere.
that's been done in this movie has been tried, like people have emulated it or been inspired by it or whatever. So much to the fact where just the fucking silhouette, like a shadow of Indiana Jones.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the cinematography. There were so many cool shots in this movie too.
Oh my god,
a lot of one-ers and shit, like
a lot of
and just like greatly framed stuff. That shot with like Indy's eye in the door, and then he like walks away.
Dude,
Good
very
shit,
like
man.
very
Very good
intentional direction, like very Spielberg.
But the fact that you see just a shadow of him and you know exactly who that character is, that just screams very good character design.
Absolutely.
I would say. And they made this character so strong, but in like a simple way that's easy to digest. You're not sitting there like there's not a lot of nuance to him. What you see is kind of what you get.
Yeah.
But I think that's what makes him so interesting to watch, because it's just, all right, I know this character and how is he going to react to these different situations rather than how is he going to change based on these situations.
Yeah.
And I think that's what honestly makes this whole movie interesting, is because all the characters are kind of like that. They're all very defined and iconic in their own way. I mean, you got the fucking Nazi scientist guy that burns his hand on the amulet and he holds it up to like Sig Heil, but you see all the burns in there. That's how they got all the information and all that. And he's like the torture guy. And then when he shows up, he does the fucking coat hanger thing that looks like nunchucks, which I hats off to whoever's idea that was.
So fucking funny.
My God, I love that. I think this movie is just filled with just so many just fun moments. It's a very fun movie to watch. It's kind of like what it reminds me. What sort of, I think it's the same reason why we like National Treasure, where it's very simple characters and the story beats are very easy to follow, but there's interesting things happening and there's good pacing to it, where you're never like over, there's not like an abundance of action. Like you have some breathing moments, but they don't overstay their welcome. So there's a good like ebb and flow of that, which I think is done very well in this movie. It's one of those movies where it's like it's 2 hours long, but it doesn't feel like 2 hours.
It did not.
No, it actually doesn't feel long at all.
It really doesn't feel that long of a movie, because I think the way that they kind of go through all the story beats and all of the scenes and stuff like that, you're just sort of engrossed in what's happening, and it's very easy to sort of lose yourself in, which I think is a very hard thing to do most of the time, is tricking the person watching into sort of forgetting about the time that they're spending watching it.
Yep.
This is a very easy movie to just sort of get lost in and suspend your disbelief, I would say. Just because, yeah, it's simple, but I think simplicity works in its favor, because you're not. I think the simplicity of it makes you not think to look for all of the inaccuracies or other things like that. You just sort of accept it at the beginning, and then it just carries that through the whole rest of the movie. I will also say, as a caveat, like this movie has a lot of nostalgia for me because I watched this a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole Indiana Jones series. We're not talking about the whole the other two movies, but those just. We're not talking about Crystal Skull. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, we're just talking about the OG
trilogy. The trilogy, I think, is
a very good trilogy.
Like a very masterfully done, sort of just. I don't know. It's just you got this Indiana Jones character, and if you just look at the title of this, it sounds so lame.
Yeah,
it's a name of a character in the Raiders of the Lost Ark. You don't see that very often anymore, but I don't know. There's just something about it that
this looks like a children's book
even
cover.
That title is so iconic.
It does.
It looks like a
very
Hardy Boys cover.
Like children's story sort of thing. But I mean, they added their own adult content in there plenty of times with all the people getting shot, blood going everywhere, guys getting eviscerated by propellers and things like that. And I think this movie is very much defined by its iconic scenes, and there's a plethora of them. Everyone has. If you see this movie, you're gonna remember something from it. And I think the fact that it makes such a strong impression on everyone who watches it, as far as I know, it's very hard. Even if you don't like the movie, it's not a forgettable movie. There's going to be something in here that you're not going to be able to forget. Yeah. And I think that is a pretty important thing for it. I think in general, I think the fact that it's just so fun and easy to digest makes me like it a lot, and I liked it a lot as a kid. So I'm going to agree with Jerry. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. Solid. It's not quite like the perfect movie ever, but I think it does what it's going for. It does a really good job of it. It nails what it's trying to accomplish, and it's a great movie. I love it.
Good shit. All right, Andrew,
wrap it up. I'll be quick. So, is this movie original? I would say yes. I think it's a pretty original concept. It's not so original that I think it's fully manifested purely from one's imagination. I think there's a lot of influence and a lot of obvious influence on this movie. So I give it a 7 out of 10. I think it's a very creative movie. I think obviously when it comes to effects, there's so much cool, creative, practical effects, building of scenes. The scale of some of the things that they build to some of these rooms is kind of just ridiculous. So even though there's some magic gets a little lost when you don't notice how light and foamy some parts are or whatever, or maybe some of the digital effects just aren't as great as they would have loved them to be. But they try to do interesting things at every scene in the movie. They want to do something interesting, whether it's through how Spielberg directs it or literally through the mechanisms with which they tell the story. Even in the car chase, there's beat after beat of something creative happening. So I give it an 8 out of 10 for that. There's not really much theme to this movie. I would say the weakest part of this movie, if you hold it up to my normal scale, is there's really no recurring theme or even a couple of themes. The theme of the movie is fun. The theme of the movie is adventure. It's far more about the characters than it is about what they believe or the things that you're meant to learn from them. And which makes it fairly surface level, but in a good way. Again, to Steven's point, the movie had a goal and it achieved that goal. So I don't destroy it on theme, but I give it a 3 out of 10 for theme. Story is very straightforward. I don't think there's any major issues with the story aside from just glaring plot holes. But I don't think that they ruin the story or they ruin your ability to. They don't detract from it. They don't reduce your ability to again get the target of the movie to help you enjoy the beats along the path, the journey with the characters and just going to scene to these major things, these major moments that happen, the iconic, memorable moments are done really well. There's some editing things that are awkward sometimes, but I think it just kind of adds to the character for the most part. So again, I won't shred it on story, but I give it a 5 out of 10. Presentation, this movie's hot. It's a 7 out of 10. I think that there's some ugly stuff, and I think they know that. I think that anytime they did digital stuff, it was not great. But whenever they did practical stuff, it was super fun. I like even like the melting faces where it was like, okay, it's a little cartoonish. It was cool, and I was in the moment. Like you're sitting there and you're thinking like
that holds up, honestly.
That's pretty fucking cool. Like you're at any time you're always thinking like that's cool. Like it kind of like reinvigorates that like young boy spirit of like that's fucking cool. You know, like
I think they did the best they could do in.
Oh, they did. No, they did.
Literally
in
was some of the best of their
1981.
crafts.
Yes, I think people, and again, people studied this movie. This is what this inspired filmmakers to go and make all the crazy shit that they make today. So you have to give them credit for that. So finally, like this is like an 8 out of 10 for entertainment for me. I'm like Steven, like I'm also nostalgic for this. Like, does it hit me in like my adult soul of like inspiring me like as I am now, like on an emotional level? No. Am I like always itching to watch Indiana Jones? No. But when I watch it, I am very entertained. I'm always gripped. I'm always like by myself audibly laughing and going like I'm like pointing at things on the screen, fooling myself.
Windshield guy.
Yeah, like when windshield guy hit, I'm like, that's it. I'm having a good time. We are in the movies. So that comes out to a 6.3 out of 10 for me. I think this movie is iconic as hell, and I think that it still stands up today, and I think that there's a reason that people still reference it.
Yeah. Absolutely. The very definition of iconic, I would say.
Yes.
Which doesn't necessarily translate to a 10 out of 10.
No.
But generally,
well, again,
generally number scores are fairly meaningless.
It's very good number.
So wait, I wanted to see what our average score was. So
Sure.
Jared, you said 7.
I gave it a 7. Both Steven and Jerry gave it an 8. You gave it a 6.
2 8s to 7 and a 6.3.
Yeah.
So what's that average score?
Can you just give whole numbers?
No.
That'd be easier.
No. Well, no. This
It's
is
a
my
6.
way.
It's a 6.
This
It's
is
a
my
6
way of
ranker.
scoring.
You gotta round up or down.
Wait, it's a 7, right? Okay, so the average score is a 7.
Yeah, it would be
Not
about
bad.
7. Yeah.
Which I think is spot on.
All
That's
right.
good. Yeah.
Not bad.
Very enjoyable movie that would like to watch again.
Well, y'all know what time it is.
I hope it's me this time.
It's going to be Andrew.
Oh, me.
Well,
It's
it
gonna
can't
be me.
Andrew. It literally can't
Andrew,
be.
I hope you enjoy the next 10 weeks.
Well, now
Yeah, you blew
now
your
I get
load
to
too
sit back.
soon.
No, but like now I don't know what I'm about to watch. I think that's exciting. I'm
That's
looking
true.
forward to not
That's
knowing
true,
what I'm
that's
about to watch.
All right. We'll have fun enjoying Chat's pick. Here we go.
I'm about to leave
Oh,
this whole
shut
wheel in my
up.
rear view.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Jerry!
Oh!
What's
Now
it
we are
gonna be?
hunting.
Oh, is it Goodwill Hunting?
Is it Good Will Hunting?
Good Will
Yeah,
Hunting?
it's
All
Goodwill Hunting.
right, dude.
I believe I actually mentioned Goodwill Hunting on my.
It was one of your
movie
first.
That was like your first
Yeah.
one.
And
but
then you changed it
switched
to About Time after we talked about Flipped.
No, it was Chef first. It was Chef.
Oh,
first.
it was Chef, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys mentioned like a cooking movie or something like that. But, oh, I
That was
love
the best choice you ever made.
Yeah, exactly.
Jerry's pick. for
I look
next
forward to
week.
Good Will Hunting. I haven't seen that one in a while.
It has
I
been a
haven't
while.
seen it ever.
I
that's
watched it regularly, so I know.
Jerry knows.
Yeah.
I'm actually really glad that Jared's about to watch this because this is also, I think, this is
yeah.
an important movie.
Very important movie.
So I've heard. Never heard of this movie, says Pomo.
What
All
the
right.
hell?
Well
Are
then.
you kidding? Are you fucking
It's
kidding?
got
Have you
Robin
never
Williams
heard,
in
like,
it and
it's
Matt
not your
Damon.
Robin
fault.
Williams, Matt
Not your
Damon.
fault. Holy shit.
Ben
I feel
Affleck,
like you
Minnie
know-
Driver.
Ben Affleck.
This is
is in
gonna
there.
this is gonna be a movie where you get the references and you're like, oh, that's this movie.
I like them apples.
There's so many.
This one is also like it's
yeah.
almost on par with Indiana Jones for just
Yes,
iconic stuff.
references.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite iconic. Not
The-
as
the
much
character-
as Indiana Jones.
Not as much as like the characters and stuff, but like the.
I feel like I'm
things
gonna
that
start
happen in
talking
it.
about this movie too much.
I know. We
Alright,
can't.
well,
I can already talk
I'm
about it right
We're
now.
close, we're
I
close.
know I'm ready.
I'm shutting my mouth because I know what I'm gonna do if I start to watch.
Yeah, you start spoiling it.
It'll be your fault, Jerry.
Yeah.
It'll be your
Shut up.
fault.
Shut up.
No, it's not.
It'll be
It's
your fault.
No. Stop
You
it.
start cooking.
I cannot get over windshield guy's face.
It's so good. of all of the iconic scenes that we could have picked from Indiana
one.
Jones,
We chose that one. Yep.
that was the most iconic to us.
To us, that's what really matters.
Oh, I haven't even talked about what we're doing tomorrow.
Oh.
Tomorrow, we're gonna do something all experimental.
Oh boy.
In terms of like something that we haven't really done before.
Interesting.
We've never really played a Pokemon game before.
What?
And what we're going to be doing is we are going to be playing a hacked version of Pokemon Emerald that is going to have all of the Pokemon randomized, including your starters, including trainer Pokemon, including wild Pokemon. And we're going to be doing what is called a Nuzlocke challenge, which means if your Pokemon faints, you have to release it. They're gone.
But look at what Roka is saying. Pokemon Master Trainer, though.
No, it's not.
Can we do a Pokemon Master Trainer Nuzlocke?
It's going to be a randomized Nuzlocke of Pokemon Emerald, i.e., the best generation of Pokemon.
Damn.
What are the things that happen that you have to do if we lose? If you white out,
we have to start a new run.
There has to be a punishment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can think of if people want to brainstorm a punishment for whenever we lose a Pokemon, or if we just like straight up biff it. In the early, I expect us to like maybe white out in the early stages when we first start it. So I'm gonna spin up like 8 or 9 different randomized ROM hacks so that we can just start fresh on a new one, because the thing about randomizers is like when you generate the randomized ROM hack, it's like a seed, essentially. It's seeded. So like the Pokemon will stay the same and all of that stuff if you reset it. So what we're gonna do is, dude, no, because we're eventually gonna white out. I'm sure that's too easy.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
Fine, if we white out in the Elite Four.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Once the stakes get higher, maybe we can start upping the punishment. But we'll probably keep it low key, like take a shot if your Pokemon dies or some shit, and then if you white out, I don't know, something else. But if anybody has any ideas that they want to brainstorm, feel free to spitball them in the plug time. Oh God, I forgot about the barbecue nuts. Yeah, we'll probably bring those out for sure. Those Korean barbecue almonds.
Barbecue nuts, right?
Fucking
Oh yeah.
All right. So let's see here. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow.
Get hype.
Get hype. Get your hopes up. We'll see how it goes. It might either be fun or totally lame, but it sounds fun to me. Just a randomized Pokemon.
It sounds fun. We've never done a Pokemon thing before.
Exactly. I'm not seeing. Oh, you know what? Let's go to a throwback one. Going to Donut King.
Donut King.
Wow,
Donut King.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Holy shit.
He's rolling some dough right now, getting ready to make some dough nuts.
It is 3 a.m.
Yep, time to make the donuts. Alrighty, so that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Jerry, your hat's getting in the way of my face. So, until all that happens, take us out of here, Jerry.
Love you, Mr. Minute. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Later, Cabbage Patch. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.